Good morning. Welcome to our Planning Commission meeting. Today's Thursday, June 8th, 2023, and we will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just a few reminders. The Planning Commission meets the second and fourth Thursday of each month at 9 a.m. at 255 North Forbes Street, Lakeport, California. The meeting room is wheelchair accessible. A request for a disability-related modification or accommodation necessary to participate in the Planning Commission meeting should be made in writing to the Office Assistant 3 at least 48 hours prior to the meeting. Can we get verification of legal notice?
Yes, everything has been noticed.
Thank you. And I don't see anything on consent agenda.
Mr. Chair,
Yes?
or Tim, there's some, well, is there like a Tim part? Anyway, if we have a commissioner attending remotely under the new remote attendance rules, generally referred to as the 2449 rules, they must note the commissioner who is proposing to attend remotely has an option to do so either for just cause or for an emergency circumstance. I think if Commissioner Price is proposing to attend remotely today, I would recommend just cause, because that allows for remote attendance for childcare and family care. And the process for that is that the commissioner who is proposing to attend remotely would at the start of the meeting notify, or before the start of the meeting, notify the commissioners that they would like to attend remotely under this particular code section. And then the commission would determine, would note that and then recognize that as a just cause attendance. And just as a general, so you understand how the rule generally applies, for that to apply, we would have to have at least a quorum physically present in the room, which we do have today. And so you meet all of the criteria. I'm just recommending just cause rather than an emergency, rather than the code section that allows for emergency. And I will point out that for any of you who would use the 2449 rules to attend remotely, there are limits on how many times you can use that particular code section in a year or within a certain time frame. For just cause, it's twice in a calendar year. So if Commissioner Price is attending remotely today under the just cause rule, then she would be limited to one more this year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Commissioner Chavez, Mr. Chair, if it's okay, I would like to attend remotely here for just cause. And I'll have a better plan in the future, but that's where I'm at right now.
Thank you, Christina. And we will continue with our meeting to our next item. The next item on our agenda is public input. Any person may speak for 3 minutes about any subject of concern, provided that it is within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission and is not already on today's agenda or scheduled for a future public hearing. Speakers are requested to legibly write your name on the sign-in sheet at the podium and state your name for the record. So if there is anybody that wishes to speak, again, on an item that is not on today's agenda or any future agenda, you may do so, and you can come up to the podium. And we'll check the Zoom room as well to see if there's any hands.
There are currently no hands in the Zoom room.
Seeing no hands on the Zoom room or on in the chambers, we will move on to our timed item at 9:05. which is a public hearing, consideration of proposed Valley Oaks amended vesting tentative subdivision map, PM 21-31, to create one new commercial parcel. Applicant Valley Oak Land and Development, Inc. Location is 18426 South Highway 29, State Highway 29, Middletown, APN 014-260-51.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eric Porter, Associate Planner, Lake County. A couple of test. Okay, there we go. Eric Porter, Associate Planner, Lake County. First item is it's an amendment to a vesting tentative map. The process is parcel map. However, the technical term for what we're doing is we're amending vesting tentative subdivision map for Valley Oaks. The applicant wants to create one lot, which is the lot that the grocery outlet building is on. And just a couple of minor housekeeping details. The name of the applicant, I believe, is incorrect. I'll let the applicant speak to that, but we should have the actual name written into the conditions. So the site's located near Hidden Valley Lake on Hartman. The entire property is part of the original Valley Oaks subdivision. However, the lot under consideration is a 2.56 acre lot zoned PDC that contains the grocery outlet building where the yellow arrow is. It's a close-up of the lot being created. We analyzed it to conformance with the general plan, the Middletown area plan, the zoning ordinance, and County Code Chapter 17, which is a subdivision ordinance. And we found that creating this individual lot complies. We evaluated it for CEQA. In 2019, when the grocery outlet use permit came through, former planner Byron Turner prepared a amendment to the EIR, and it essentially covered the Valley Oaks, the grocery outlet building, and consequently it covered this land division as well. So our recommendation is to accept the 2019 addendum to the 2006 final EIR that had been adopted by the county, and to approve land division PM 2131 with conditions. And with that, I'll entertain any questions that you might have.
Go ahead. My first question is on the agency comments. I noticed that the assessor says this property is in default. Is that still the case?
I'll let the applicant speak to that.
Okay.
I wasn't aware of that.
Is the applicant here?
Yeah.
Short answer, Rick Tooker, I'll speak in a moment when asked, but short answer is no. Any of the outstanding payments that were due to the county assessor have been remedied.
Excuse me, sir?
Thank you.
Could you repeat your first and last name again?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm Rick Tooker, and I'll speak to the application when you open it for public comment, as well as the applicant.
Thank you.
Okay, I also had a question about the Public Works Director has stated that he recommends the county accept the right-of-way dedications, but that these roads which were not inspected during construction be privately maintained by the developer or homeowners association or both. Public Works has a list of roadway definitions and puts the road development and maintenance on the applicant. What is the status of this now? Is it been inspected?
They have been inspected. Again, I'll let the applicant speak to that. This has been a long process, and it was bumpy a couple of years ago. There was some work that was done without county oversight. That's since been corrected through engineered drawings and I believe county inspections. So everything that I'm hearing lately is that the county road has been inspected, or I'm sorry, the road, the access onto Oak Meadow has been inspected, engineered drawings are prepared, accepted by the county, and they need to add one more lift of asphalt onto the road.
Okay, thank you. And then I just have two quick questions. Lars Ewing states that the park rec facilities need to be required to be completed before the subdivision. I'm not sure if this is relevant to this. I might be confusing it with the next item on the agenda, but I'm just wondering if his verbiage is somewhere in the COAs, because I didn't see it.
I don't believe it is. I believe his comments were geared to the entire subdivision.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. And then, yeah, I think the other question I had is for the next part. Thank you, that's all.
I have one question. The staff report refers to improvements to Hartman. I'm from District 1, and I know that part of the road very, very well. What kind of improvements are contemplated as more commercial development emerges?
So my understanding from the project is, of course, the extension from Hartman, which will also be on the agenda in the second item. Both probably could have been included together because we see ourselves asking questions about both. But the Hartman connection has a left turn lane, as you know, out to Hartman from Oak Meadow. Well, a left-hand turn lane from Hartman onto Oak Meadow may be required when the vehicle traffic triggers or warrants, as the technical terminology is, that left-hand turn lane. That's the kind of improvement that you see.
Would be essential. My memory is, and I was here for those bumpy years Eric referred to, that the next type of commercial development would trigger that left turn pocket or whatever. You say it's vehicle trips. I'm neutral as long as something actually does happen there, because that, congestion turning there could become an issue in the future.
Yes, understood, and I think for further explanation, when the grocery outlet use permit was approved, the question of that traffic movement and the improvements that were required came up. The left-hand turn lane was assessed to not be required with grocery outlet.
Correct.
The only question becomes, and it's a technical issue, but at what number of trips in subsequent development, whether it's the next one building, whether it's a series of buildings, but those vehicle trips that are generated, at what point does the left-hand turn lane become required? We don't know exactly when that'll be, because we don't know exactly when the next phases will be, but.
No, but I appreciate
That's the
your
point.
memorializing that with this comment here. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, we'll be opening public comment. If anybody wishes to speak on the project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Forgive me for actually answering questions, not properly introducing myself. I'm Rick Tooker. I'm a land use planner for Farella, Braun, and Martell in St. Helena over in Napa County. I'm here on behalf of the applicants. As Eric noted, the applicants should be identified in the report based on the cover of the maps and the submittal materials, the application as Valley Oaks Partners, LLC. The owners, Keith Kapusin and Rick Sovereign, representing applicant and owner, are here on Zoom, as well as Jim Dickey, who's our surveyor. In the audience sitting with me is Fletcher Thornton from the applicant team. I know many of you know Fletcher. As Eric explained in the background of the report, mostly in the written report, this is a pretty complex project, right? It's a project of 150 acres, nearly 500 homes, 100 of which would be apartments for workforce housing for seniors, and then supporting commercial, whether it be retail, services, to support those residents and others in the community. So it's a complex project. I'd like to say that all the work that was done between 2006 and 2018, when the project was ultimately approved and all the entitlements were in place, including the subdivision we're talking about today, that all that hard work is behind us. The reality is the hard work has yet to be done, right? A project like this has to be constructed, and you work through issues like market conditions, lending environment, fires, worldwide pandemic. It's always a challenge. However, today, and I'll speak mostly now to the first item, although these are parroted comments, I can simply say at the next item I've spoken. But the issue today really includes just three very minor parts that are very routine. Number one is that in 2018, when the subdivision map was approved, there was a condition, and that condition established that there should be a commercial phasing plan shown as part of the project. The residential had a phasing plan, but the commercial didn't. So the conditions that you approved said, submit that plan. We submitted it in October. We haven't heard anything about it. It's not described in the report per se, but it has been submitted. And what it does is simple. It establishes I was going to have the map up, but it's okay, that's not up. You've seen it in your report. The right side or the south side where grocery outlet is the first phase, and those commercial phases slide northward as the phase development was anticipated. The second thing that's required for your review today is adding in the Oak Meadow extension from Hartman. You'll remember in 2020, the Oak Meadow use permit approved that connection, and Eric's right, there was a permit that was issued by the county. It has been inspected, it has actually been finalized. The only work that's being done now is to get that road perfected for the subdivision map, not for the grocery outlet. So there's some other work that needs to be done. But we have submitted the application to you for the map mod that now includes the Oak Meadow extension from Hartman. So those are two relatively simple things that are already essentially in place. The third item is the only one that we're asking for that, again, is minor. You'll remember that in 2018, the subdivision map included 6 commercial villages, each their own separate parcel, and that's at the bottom, the lower end of the site. Well, Village 2, which is where the grocery outlet store is currently located, is on a 5-acre parcel. We figured because grocery outlet is already constructed, let's put lot lines around it. It's 2.5 acres, plus or minus, of the 5 acres. Let's get that property sold, the lease sold, and what would happen is the capital that's generated by that activity then gets folded into the next stage. That's how phased maps work, right? The first projects help pay for the next phases and the next projects.
Who might that prospective buyer be?
It's unknown, uncertain. We can tell you that over what's been a year and a half of this course of trying to get these routine items to you, that we've had some come forward to say, well, get that done first, and then we'll talk. That's how that also works in the development world. So we can't speak to, obviously, who they are, but there is a very keen interest on the parcel. So that, in a nutshell, is the presentation of 3 very simple issues in both this application and the next one that you'll be opening. Let me close with a couple of things, a couple of questions. One of which is we have been in process for a while. I was brought on as a land use planner in October of 2001. Within a month, we had the initial application in, and it was post-pandemic. Things were happening. It took about 6 months to get assigned a planner. We were in this room 8, maybe 9 months later for a map extension, because we needed that extension because things were taking a while. Understandable. I've been a land use planner for 30 years, 25 of those as community development director and building official and planning manager. I get it, things take time, so it's not a complaint. But we learned at that meeting back in August, I think it was, that our map mod was incomplete. So we scurried, we moved quickly to get the materials back. We worked with Vance, who was new at the time. It's been wonderful, a wonderful support for us. We got the application materials back in October, and here we are 8 months later. We're nearly out of time. The subdivision map for the entirety of the project expires, I think, unless I'm told differently, in January of next year. And here we are in June, right? So this has to go to the board. It then has to, those conditions are approved by the board. We then get the plans approved for the final lift, the additional road conditions to Oak Meadow. That's going to take some time. And what worries me is that will be expired, and a determination could be made by the county staff that our permit is expired with not enough time. The irony of the whole thing is this particular application for the grocery outlet parcel, which is anticipated in the tentative map, has a 2-year expiration on it. That single lot has an expiration that is far longer than the entirety of the tentative subdivision map on which that parcel sits. It's nomenclature, but this grocery outlet parcel is not a parcel map. It's really a final map. You know how the system works, right? There's tentative map that establishes the patterning of lots and the timing of development, and then you apply for final maps that start achieving that realized tentative map development. So I pose that as a question because we'd like to know, when is the board scheduled? We've asked a few times. And what will happen if in the interim between board decision on the conditions you're going to recommend tonight, or today, I'm sorry, this morning, and actually getting that road completed and the parcel or final map recorded? If we're out of time, we want to know that there's an in-process determination or something that won't essentially tell us that this project has expired. That concludes my remarks.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate Mr. Tucker's concerns. In Lake County, when you apply for an extension of a parcel map, so long as that application is received in a timely manner, it will not expire. It will allow the staff time to do its due diligence, and then, of course, the staff report has to go through the final review period, which is me, and then we schedule it for hearing in the board. But so long as they turn in that application in a timely manner, we're not concerned about the project expiring in the interim.
Just a follow-up for clarification for Ms. Turner, then that would include for the larger subdivision, which has an expiration date in January, as opposed to this parcel map, really final map, that has a 2-year expiration.
Perhaps you could provide a little bit of clarification. Is there some reason why you would not be applying for an extension on that subdivision?
My understanding from the summer session that we had with the extension was that would be the last extension in the series that are allowed. And so in talking to Vance Ricks, who's here in the audience, his understanding, I've been doing probably 115 subdivisions over 30 years, if we're approved by the board with the conditions you're recommending today, we submit our final road improvements plan, which we know is going to take some time. Our history has told us it's going to take some time. We can get onto the road and make those improvements. The challenge is this can't be recorded until those improvements have been signed off, right? And here we are in June with an expiration on the subdivision map for January. That's why I bring up the point. So if there is a process, as we know, but we'd like to have here in the record, and Ms. Turner actually ultimately makes the decision as CDD, that if we're in process, we're not going to be told, sorry, your entire subdivision map has expired in January of 2024. So that's why I raised the point.
If it pleases the commission, we'd be happy to discuss this situation offline since it's not actually part of our agenda.
Public comment is still open. If anybody wishes to speak, we'll take a look in the Zoom room as well.
There is one participant in the Zoom room. I'm sorry if I pronounce your name wrong, Marjan Rotting. You are now allowed to speak for 3 minutes. Please state your name.
My name's Marianne Roding. I had asked to allow a PowerPoint presentation to be shown, and I had asked to allow me to manage that, and I had panelist approval.
Excuse me, which item are you presenting for?
The campground on Morgan Valley Road.
That is a different item, so we'll visit that later on in this meeting.
Thank you. Okay, that's all I need. Thank you.
Thank you.
That'll actually be heard on June 22nd.
Okay.
So should I come back on June 22nd?
Yes.
And all the people in the audience who are there for the June 8th notice that we received in the mail should also come back on June 22nd?
What's that? So what item was that?
We missed one graduation because we had to be here today. I'll miss the rest of them if we have to be here the 20th or whatever. All graduations are happening right now. Got
So-
our grandkids.
It appears that the agenda that we have doesn't have that item. So whatever notice you guys received.
From the county of the lake, we received the notice.
Yeah, we received a notice.
We're here because of it.
So apparently there was an error in our noticing. I'm very, very sorry for the inconvenience. Should it please the chair, after we finish this item, you could reopen public input, the purpose of which is input for items that are within the purview of the Planning Commission but are not on today's agenda. And so you'd get to definitely give your input at that time.
Yeah, I think we're okay with that.
How far from now is that going to be? Because,
After this item?
Yeah, right after this item, once we close.
It's up to the chair, whenever you'd like to call that up. Yeah.
what-
Additionally, if I could just point out that should you not be able to attend in person when we actually take that item up at our next commission meeting, feel free to also attend remotely if you're available.
Would you please repeat that date?
Sure, it's June 22nd. I don't have the time offhand, but it'll be on that agenda. I think it's one of our earlier scheduled items. We want to make sure that that public input is heard. It's a priority, certainly.
If I can just make a quick comment. As a commissioner, I can tell you that written comments are much more valuable to me because I can think them through ahead of time. So if you'd like to make a written comment, that would be welcome. That's all.
Do we submit it today, or do we email it?
Ms. Turner can answer that.
and we're talking about another written comment besides the one we've already turned in.
All written comments that are submitted prior to the posting of the agenda do get uploaded as an attachment. Anything that is submitted in writing after the posting of the agenda is what we call green sheeted. It's made, copies are made available to the planning commissioners and county council, the press, and the public.
So when do we submit that? Today?
You're welcome to submit it at any time. It'll either, I was just telling you where it kind of gets routed. We always keep all public input as a part of the public record. It's just if you submit it today or up till the posting of the 22nd agenda, it'll get uploaded as a PDF in that agenda. If you submit it after the posting of the agenda but prior to the hearing on the 22nd, then it gets submitted as a green sheet. But we won't set it aside, we won't lose it.
And what
as long
she
as it's in
means by
writing.
green sheet is that I don't actually see it until I walk into this room and they give me a piece of green paper. So if you can do it up to, I believe it's 72 hours before the meeting, then I'll have time to read it ahead of time of the meeting and digest it, and it's a much better process.
Okay, so for clarification, you will allow us time.
We might,
Talk today,
Yes, right after this item, we'll open that specific item and you guys will get to speak.
okay, and then do we also take those comments and put them on the green sheet, or will those comments?
Your
that we
comments
see
become
today
part of the
will be-
record today.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so we'll continue with our first item. Public comment is open still. Again, we'll check the Zoom room if anybody's wishing to speak.
There are currently no hands in the Zoom room.
Seeing no hands in the Zoom room or in chambers for this first item, I will be closing public comment and bringing it back to the commission for action or further discussion.
Mr. Chair, I propose to offer a motion. One quick question, are we clear on the conditions of approval, Eric?
Yes, I had them reviewed by the county surveyor and by the Public Works Director, and they're primarily pertaining to road improvements,
Oh, no, I'm familiar with,
yeah, things having to do with, sorry, brain's going slow today, with monumenting the lot, that sort of thing, associated with land divisions.
sounds good. I move that the Planning Commission approve the amendment to the vesting tentative subdivision map PM 21-31 for the Valley Oaks Partners LLC, Keith Kapusin on property located at 18426 South Highway 29, Middletown, APN 014-260-51, based on the findings and subject to the conditions listed in the staff report dated June 8, 2023.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? None. Motion passes. Note, the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the subdivision ordinance provides for a 15 calendar day appeal period. If there is a disagreement with the planning commission, an appeal to the board of supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fees must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 15th calendar day following the commission's final determination.
Mr. Chair, I think there were two motions associated with this.
We just have the one motion in the staff report.
Right. Pardon me.
Okay. So moving on to our reopening a public hearing for the people that are here for the item that was misplaced.
Public input.
Right, public, so I'll be opening public input. So if you guys wish to speak on the item, just make sure you come up to the podium and say your first and last name.
3 minutes.
And you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Mr. Chairman, the file number is, I believe, UP 22-28, and the project name is The Getaway Campground, and that would be on Morgan Valley Road.
Thank you, Eric. So you guys can come up, whoever wants to go first. And again, this is public input, and you guys have 3 minutes to speak. Each person that wishes to speak, they will each get 3 minutes.
I'll try, and I'm not a public speaker, but I certainly have some to say about this project. My name is Steve Smith, or good morning. My name is Steve Smith. I live at 18225 Morgan Valley Road, directly across from this massive project that they have planned with these 60 trailers. I'm not going to call it 59 trailers, I'm going to call it 60, because I call $1.99 $2. So my partner and I chose to live in Lake County because of the peace and the quiet, and this is where we came to retire. We love the beauty of it, and everything just kind of settled when we got here, and we were able to shun the city, the noise, the hustle, and the bustle. And that property out there is our haven to get away from all that. When all this gets us down, we can go out there and sit and be good. All is good, because there's a lot of crap in this world, and we can forget it. We turn the news off. So anyway, I was told not to be a NIMBY, which is hard to do because I don't want this project in my neighborhood. I really don't. But the truth of the matter is there's a lot of facts and figures as to why it shouldn't be there. I believe, well, for one, the fact that it's a natural habitat and documented habitat for the golden eagle. We have them on our property. We're talking about Eagle Lake, is what it's called. There's eagles there. And, up to 200 plus people tromping around that mountainside with their dogs, and it's going to have a huge impact on what's going on there. And not just the habitat, but fire-wise, I need to just read what was told about what that particular area is labeled as. This location is within proximity or surrounded by a very high wildland fire hazard severity zone area. And I hope you've already read this. It was put out before everybody, but it's worth repeating. It is the most extreme and hazardous area category for wildland fire risk. It doesn't get any worse, in other words. That's a problem. And they're proposing to have this huge amount of people in and out of there day and night with all different attitudes, different opinions. Some people like to follow directions. Some people don't even pay attention. They're going to be coming in and reading a thing is to tell them how to have their open fire pit in an area where if you weed whack or drag a chain, you start a fire. It's just, we all know what this is around here as far as fires are concerned. There is no way to control the influx of this amount of people and not say there's not going to be a fire. There will be a fire. It's just how many fires will our fire department and our firemen have to go put out over there or run over there? How many times are they going to be going over there? Thank goodness we have a fire department now. They've revised and they're given the proper equipment, and they've been doing one heck of a job putting the fires out. We've been here for a while. We know what wildfires are. We're so thankful for them to be able to do the job they do. And it's thanks for our tax dollars.
Your 3 minutes are up. If you wish to wrap up your comment.
It's not enough time to go through all the reasons. I'll just have to write it and send it in. I've done that before. I mean, I haven't talked about the dust on gravel roads. I haven't talked about the water, wells that have gone dry in the area. There's just so many things. And I'll write it down, and so that way you can sit and look at it.
I'm his partner. I was wondering, can I forego my 3 minutes to him? Is that proper procedure?
Yeah, I'll allow that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
So, well, now what do I say? Anyway, hey, fire's a major thing, man, around here. We all know that. And that's that. We're not trying to stop progress. We encourage progress. We're happy to see Canocti coming back with the concerts. Hey, man, wonderful. My girlfriend has a place on the lake. We watch the people having a good time, the fishing going on. There's water in the lake. Things are wonderful, man. That's not the place for this project. We may need that project here, even though there's plenty of campgrounds and places that need help. Bring Getaway in, but put them in a safe location, somewhere where they're not on a ridge top where the breeze blows and one little spark, whether it be out of say they lock their fire pits. Is it going to stop people from bringing a hibachi or a barbecue? Hey, people are coming to camp out. They want to barbecue that tri-tip or those ribs. They're there to have a good time. And to do that, you need to be in a safe location. You don't have one person policing the area and thinking that they're going to take care of somebody who's had maybe too many beers over here and wants to, whatever. It's just, the way it is, it just seems like an absolute disaster to me. So then there's the water situation, which, well, we all know we get 2 to 4 years of drought. We got 1 year where, Jesus, where'd all that water come from? We're there right now. It's a wonderful thing. Our water tables are up. The lake is beautiful. The hitch fish are running up the creeks because they got somewhere to go. It's a wonderful thing that's going on right now. But stand by. What's going to happen the next 4 years? We'll be back in a drought. Our well went dry up there. And so did a few of our neighbors. We've never had that happen before. things are changing. Water problem with showers. You put a couple of hundred people up on this hillside, everybody taking a shower, trying to wash the dust off of them that there's going to happen because of these gravel roads. They're talking about, you're only going to have gravel, or you're only going to have dust if while the construction's going on. Come on, man. We got 480 ton of gravel on our property, and you don't want to be behind the car that's in front of you driving on that road. With the amount of traffic that's going to be on that road up there, it's not going to take too long to make that gravel into powder, and that powder is going to be flying off that ridgetop and going all over the community. So anyway, please look at the problems there, and I know we need revenue. Let's put them in a different place, and let's get that revenue. Please don't make money talk over our lives and our peace of mind up here. It's a beautiful place to live, and we're happy to be here until right now. It's a nightmare for us now. I've been losing a lot of sleep. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. And you said you weren't a great speaker, but that was pretty good.
Well, I'm trying to calm down. Lynn always, I thought I was just an angry person, but Lynn always said I was passionate.
It's passionate.
I like that better.
That's what came out, passionate.
And my kid told me, don't go off there, because that's what I do. I do, and I don't, I love my peace and quiet. That property with we turn the news off. When I go up there, I'm at peace. I'm at peace, and all this anger, we had our fire pit through there, burned 140 acres out of our 173. We thought it was the
Sir.
end of the world.
Your time is wrapped up.
Now we're just having coffee.
All right,
Thank you for listening.
thank you. Can we get the next speaker?
Hello, my name is Gary Comer. I'm at 18013 Morgan Valley Road, right across the street from the proposed development. I would just like to reaffirm what Steve has said. We've been there now for a few years. We've been up in this area for over a decade. We have already, my two other neighbors, during this last bit, their wells went dry and they had to pay to have water brought in. My well, I had some problems with it, so I had to quit using it too, but it was, I don't know if it would have went dry, but it was mechanical problems, and I had to have water brought in. But that is one of the big things, and the area we're in right now hasn't been burnt. On sides of us, back each way, we did. Basically, we've already been evacuated from the fires up there. In April, we were evacuated 2021 by the Sky Fire. And then in August 2021, I actually helped fight the fire on Cache Creek because I had property right there on the creek. And people don't realize how fast that goes and stuff. And to basically quote one of the things that Gateway has said, in an effort to respect the privacy of the residents who live along Morgan Valley Road and adjacent to the property, Gateway has intentionally designed our site plan to utilize the most densely wooded acreage in a place that hasn't been burned. With 59 fire pits and all different types of people, you're just asking for another disaster to come to Lake County. And I understand how Lake County needs the development and everything else, but there's certain areas that just aren't appropriate. An unburnt, very high-risk area, I have to pay outrageous insurance because most of the places wouldn't cover my place because of the high fire risk. And my insurance is like a mortgage payment. just for protection of this. And then we have something here where we're going to basically, the people in charge of Gateway, they can have all the best intentions, but the influx of people and the carelessness, I'm sorry, it's going to happen. And that area is going to go up in flames if this is allowed to continue. And like I said, right there, we are in an unburnt area. When April in 21, we were watching the fire come towards us. I drove, and then when they abandoned the area and the fires on each side of the road, you know, we drove out and my kids were up visiting and stuff, everyone took off. Well, I would just like to say that basically very concerned, and the other problems that it's going to create are going to really hurt all of the residents in that community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next person can speak.
Good morning. My name is Valerie Milburn. I am not a resident on this road, but I am a resident on Clear Lake, on Lake Road. It's an undeveloped area. My neighbors, who also have property with us, are unable to get insurance because of the fire, because of our fire risk. Luckily, I can because it's my vacation home, right? So I'm carried under my insurance policy. So we have insurance for these people that want to live in this place, this beautiful place. I've been coming up here all my life. I was in diapers when I started coming up here, and it's very special to me. I just don't understand why they would pick this place, which seems so, just so wrong in so many ways, and not do something with what's already there. I grew up in the Highlands, right? I come up every summer with my parents, had a gang of kids in the trailer courts. We swam, we played kick the can, we did all this. I drive by all that stuff now, Jules, Yorks, Lakehead, and all this other stuff, and they're abandoned. They have all the infrastructure there already from back in the 60s and back in the 50s when this was the place to come, right? You could have trailer after trailer after trailer with a cement patio for your picnic table and a little space on the side to put your chairs, and you know, you had a harbor where everybody could put their boats, and it wasn't fancy, but it was what I think people really want to get back to, right? And it was safe and it was monitored. And I don't understand why these people can't, whoever the developers are, can't see that as an option. All those places are abandoned. I went into our old York's trailer court and I cried because it's just derelict. It's horrible. There's people living in trailers. It could be so much more. I think there's so much more that we could do with this place. I mean, I would love to help because I'm back. I'm not going anywhere. I'm back to stay. I inherited the property and I want to help. I want to be part of the solution. So I don't see how this could benefit anybody. I really don't. And I really hope that maybe if they do want to invest in us, and I think it's great that they do, let's help them figure out a better way to do it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Is there anybody in the Zoom room that might wish to speak as well? We're going to take this person here in the chambers and then we'll go back to Zoom room.
I'm not a public speaker. I'm not a public speaker, but nobody's mentioned the traffic impact.
Could you say your first and last name for the
Oh,
record?
yes, I'm sorry. My name is Mark Tuban. I own the property at 17600 Morgan Valley Road. It's a couple of miles from the site. But the traffic impact is going to be something else. It's going to be horrendous. And every afternoon the wind kicks up. So the fire concern everybody's expressed is definitely real. But 150 cars going up Morgan Valley Road. And in case of a fire, there's two ways out. You either go to Berryessa or into Lower Lake. That's not gonna handle it. The road that's there is narrow, windy, and you have a bunch of yahoos coming up here from the city. It's gonna be disastrous. And there's a lot of traffic already. I think it's insanity to have the development up there. The water, the pollution, the garbage and everything else like that that's gonna be generated. There's no way to handle all that. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we have anybody in the Zoom room?
Yes, there are currently 2 participants. Marion Rotting, you are now allowed to speak. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, I requested 5 minutes. I requested to be in as a panelist so that I could show my PowerPoint presentation. Actually, I requested 10 minutes. Did I say that?
It's up to the discretion of the chair.
Are you able to join the meeting on the 22nd? So we can hear your presentation then, and like that, it gives us time to review the item as well, because again, this is only for public input. So it would work best if you could on the 22nd.
Okay, as much as I like that it would work best for you, I have worked my butt off on this presentation. I'm just going to summarize it, and I will be here on the 22nd because I find it extremely rude that I make these arrangements with you and then you have the opportunity to just back out, which boggles my mind.
Ma'am, one of the points is that because this is not on the agenda, the chair has
I understand.
accommodated you.
I will take my
Ma'am,
3 minutes.
Let me make a comment, please.
Yes.
We are in a position, because this is not on the agenda, we can hear your comments, but we cannot respond. And we would like to engage the community when this is on the agenda on the 22nd. And we would be in a much better position to do that if that PowerPoint presentation was part of a hearing when we can speak to you and respond.
It will be, but I'd like my 3 minutes just to summarize something, if that's all right.
No
with you.
objection to a standard 3-minute comment now.
Okay, then what I would like to say is that I got asked by family members to check out the first CEQA, to which I found several errors, and I sent in a response to the first CEQA. I was excited that there was a revision to the second CEQA, but they took none of my comments. So when I saw the second CEQA, I wrote a whole report, which hopefully you are going to get on the 22nd. My PowerPoint presentation is a summarization. There are some glaring errors in the soil types that could cause landslides, that could cause major loss of life. It's really an important issue. Yes, there's a fire issue, which I cover. Yes, there are errors in the biological review. These things I have researched and researched for hours, and I have them written out. Hopefully you will get a copy of my second report and my first comments, which I have reviewed. And I'm not sure I understand. Several of the biological fauna reviews were not even complete. They just aren't even completed yet. So that's what I would like to bring up. There are some serious life-threatening issues that are not even mentioned in the reports in the CEQA. So I will just relent my 3 minutes at this point, but I want to go on record as saying that this was completely organized. As you notice, it's your error, and you should be able to accommodate what I was told I was going to have today. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you.
Would you like a copy of the notice that we were sent
You could submit that.
with the date?
If you would like, you can submit it, but there's nothing that we can do now.
Okay, all right.
As much as we would like to help, we got our hands tied.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. You know it, and I have to say on behalf of all of this, I know stuff happens.
If you wish to speak, you can come to the podium and
Chair Chavez, in the meantime, we are in the process of confirming that a notice was sent out, then a second notice. I'm not arguing that this was an error, but that a second notice was sent for the June 22nd hearing. If that was not properly noticed, then it's likely that this item will not be heard until July. So, but we're working on getting that figured out right now. If everyone here who wanted to speak on the item would like to leave us your emails, we will definitely send you an update once we're able to confirm that, since I don't expect you to stick around.
That's great. And, life happens, mistakes happen, and I get it. And we are totally grateful that you took the time to listen to us.
Of course.
No, really. I mean, this could have gone all different kinds of ways, and thank you. If you do want a copy of this, this is somebody else's, but I can snap a picture and email it to you if you'd like, or this is all any of us got. So how do we leave our emails with you? Should we just take a piece of paper and write them down, or? Okay, all right.
We don't know what's on the agenda till we get the formal agenda, which is often just days before our hearings. So if we don't see it, we had no idea this mistake had occurred until you brought it to our attention. We apologize profusely, but the commission didn't know because it wasn't on the agenda.
Yeah. Well, and again, appreciate you guys being flexible too, right?
Thank you.
We'll get this going, just not there.
Mr. Chair, anybody that submitted written testimony, I have their contact information.
Thank you, Eric. So we are still, public input is still open, if anybody else in the chambers wishes to speak. We'll check the Zoom room one more time.
There's one participant in the Zoom room, Richard Durham. You are now allowed to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Richard Durham. I'm a realtor here in Lake County. I'm usually 1,000% pro-business and would love to see anybody bring their business to Lake County. It's all good for Lake County. There's one issue. 32 years ago when I got to Lake County, I worked for a summer in the maintenance department at Clear Lake State Park. I don't know how many people are avid campers or how many people have spent the weekend at Clear Lake State Park. Beautiful place, on the water, gorgeous. One of the nicest places I've ever been. On the other hand, they have rangers who have guns, official vehicles, and in close contact with the sheriff department for a good reason. Trying to manage campers is like trying to herd squirrels. It's not going to happen. I mean, I've seen people throw their furniture into the fires, car batteries into the, I've seen incredible spousal abuse. I mean, it is a zoo. When people go camping, they throw everything out the window, all common sense. It's crazy. I mean, I love camping, but campsites are a whole different nature. And you better have them in a place that you can have absolute control, close to a police department, sheriff department. And the people managing these people should have guns, trucks, teams, and strategies. It's not a simple thing. Imagine 200 people getting away from the city, getting crazy, 6 packs of beer, liquor. It's not just people coming up to appreciate nature. So I think that as much as I'd like to see a business like this come to Lake County, I'm sure they can find a place that's more equitable for that type of purpose. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comment. Anybody else wish to speak in the chambers? Okay, yeah. So I will be, I'll be closing public input so we can continue with our meeting. But I want to thank you guys for coming out. And again, the mistake with the noticing is not our fault, but things happen. So stay tuned for leave your emails so that we can get some communication going to make sure that the meeting, if it is going to happen on the 22nd or not, or if it gets moved to July. So again, thank you guys for coming, and we're going to bring this back to our timed items.
Let's do it in July. We'll be all done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we just set the date now, so everybody can get on with their June graduation?
We don't set the dates. That's the director's job.
They do, okay, all right. Try.
All right, so back to our first item. I believe we had a motion, and we did have a motion, so,
There was just one motion for
okay. So now we're in item 2. Our second item is a consideration of proposed modification, MMU 22-01, to a tentative vesting subdivision map, SD 06-01, to add assessor's parcel number APN 014-260-24 to Valley Oaks Development as a secondary access. Applicant, Valley Oaks Partners LLC. Location 18196 and 18426, State Highway 29 and 18765 Hartman Road, Middletown, APN 014-260-24, and 014-260-36 and 014-260-51.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eric Porter, Associate Planner, Lake County. I need to make one very important correction on this. At the last minute, we realized that they did not need to add this lot into the subdivision boundary. And the way the staff report is set up, it would have added additional land to the subdivision. The applicant coordinated with the county surveyor, and they determined jointly that we did not need to do that in order to have this road acknowledged as being a legitimate access into Valley Oaks. Just to back up, the roundabout is here. The developer initially had planned to connect directly to the roundabout to gain primary access into the development. However, they fell into a disagreement with Caltrans, who would not let them connect directly to the roundabout, which is still in dispute at the moment. So consequently, they had to develop a secondary access, which is Oak Meadow Drive. Oak Meadow Drive has to go through lot number 24. 014-260-24 is the APN number. And so this currently is the primary access to get to the grocery outlet facility, as well as this portion of the subdivision, and ultimately it would serve the entirety of the subdivision, although different access points would also be needed later. So what you're looking at today is validating the secondary access through a modification, which would essentially validate the legitimacy of Oak Meadow Drive. General plan map, it goes through land that is designated as low-density residential and suburban reserve. The approved subdivision map, Oak Meadow Drive is not part of the subdivision formally, and we're not asking Lot 24 to be added in. So we did analyze it against the general plan, the Middletown area plan. Zoning ordinance conformance was verified, and consistency with Chapter 17 of the county code was verified. Zoning ordinance allows for changes to approved plans. No new development is proposed on Lot 24, although it could be in the future. It would not technically be part of the Valley Oaks subdivision if that lot were to develop, but it would have to go through a review of some sort. At the very least, it would be a design review. At the most, it would be a major use permit, depending on what they are proposing in the future. And again, nothing is proposed in the current other than using Oak Meadow Drive for access. CEQA, this again was covered under the 2019 addendum that accompanied use permit UP, I can't remember the number. Anyway, it was part of the initial study in IS 1917. I want to say the use permit number was UP 1910. Oh, 1909, there it is. That covered the grocery outlet facility. Did take into consideration Oak Meadow Drive. We didn't receive any public comments on this modification. So we're recommending that the Planning Commission recommend that the Board of Supervisors accept this access as being the primary access to the Valley Oaks commercial development, and in particular to the grocery outlet facility, although it would serve more than just that lot. The reason this has to go to the board is a function of Article 60, which requires the original decision body to make any amendments to any changes. And in this case, the subdivision was actually finally decided by the board. So this modification would result from a recommendation by the Planning Commission to the board. And so we're recommending that the Planning Commission recommend that the Board of Supervisors approve modification MMU 22-01 with the findings in the staff report dated today. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Eric. Questions?
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused as to whether it would be appropriate at this point to recommend to the board also that, as Lars Ewing suggested, a commitment be made to recreation space. Maybe that's something that should have gone with the subdivision approval? I'm not
Are you
quite
referring
sure.
to something like open space?
Yeah, in the agency comments, Lars Ewing, Parks and Rec, recommended that the Park and Rec facilities need to be required to be completed before the subdivision. And so, this sounds like a really good idea to me, and I don't know if it's appropriate. We're just talking about this entrance. Is that something that we should be talking about when we talk about the whole subdivision?
Right.
You think so?
Yes.
Okay. And then in the agency comments also, Middletown Rancheria has stated opposition to the tentative parcel map, stating it's a highly sensitive area and refers to historic registry status. So, they're responding to this item. To me, it sounds like it's the parcel map that's at issue. So I just felt like I need to respond to that.
I'd like to ask the Valley Oaks representatives to discuss their interaction with the Middletown Rancheria. I know they have an agreement signed. I know there was some concern about follow-through or paying the Rancheria to have tribal monitors. And I don't know what the current status is of that dynamic.
Well, it looks like our applicant is here to give us an update.
Thank you to the commission. Let me do what I didn't do last time. I'm Rick Tooker. I'm a land use planner for the applicant and the owner of Valley Oaks Partners, LLC. Let me respond to those two comments and roll into, my quick presentation. But in terms of the comments that you were reading, those agency comments, if you look at the dates, are quite old. And so many of those issues have been resolved, right? That you asked a question about any outstanding payment for property tax. Very old payments have been made. It's been easily 6, if not more, months ago by now. The same goes with the comment relating to the open space and any park improvements. This is a phased map, right? It's going to occur over 10 plus years of development. And typically, things like open space and parks would be completed as part of the phasing when the need is generated, right? So when the housing is generated. So I think for clarification, the timing is important. For what's before you today to add in the road extension, that wouldn't be a connectivity point to say, oh, that park needs to be completed before recording the first map. The first map will be grocery outlet. It's already in place. But it certainly needs to be, as the phased project is proposed and approved by tentative map, it has to be in place before generation of use occurs. So hopefully that clarifies that. You wouldn't put in roads and wet infrastructure as an example for all 500 homes, park for all 500 homes, and then wait for 10 years while use is generated. And the same applies to the probably stale question regarding the Middletown Rancheria. There was initially a concern because what Eric mentioned, which was during grading activities to be on site. That issue, to my understanding, has been resolved. The only grading activities that would occur associated with what's before you today, which is accepting, of course, the road condition, going from its current condition, approved, signed off, to adding last lift, some concrete work. That's the only additional construction that would occur. So it's inapplicable to that former dialogue, but it still stands that the relationship between the owner and the rancheria exists, and those commitments need to be adhered to. So rolling into presentation, let me say this really quickly. What I said before on the first item, maybe if the county would indulge me to not have to repeat myself, but just note that those comments are also on record for this item. That would include the really critical question, which is part of the agenda, right? The map is being modified. The map has an expiration date. That expiration date is January 2024. And here we are in meetings, and we'll be going to the board. We don't know when. We'd love to know. We've asked these questions, but we're going to the board soon, and then we have to do those last improvements to the road. That window between June, today, and January is shrinking quickly, so we'd really like to know that there's an answer as to how we're going to address this, because we've been in the queue a long time. Let me conclude with this. As Eric correctly noted, our application was not to bring in lot 24, which is to the right on the screen, but rather just to recognize access, which the Planning Commission, City Council, or the Board of Supervisors has already approved. It's in place, but it was never intended to bring in the entirety of the lot. That wouldn't make any sense. So thank you for the clarification on that, Eric. What it does is it does amend your sample motion this morning, and it amends your conditions of approval that you're recommending. So your sample motion would simply say, rather than adding lot 24, it would be adding the road easement to lot 24 to the project, and then the conditions that would be removed would be 5 and 6, because they relate to taking in the entirety of the property, and of course, that's not what was applied for, and that's not what, as corrected this morning.
So you're suggesting an alternative motion?
Yes.
And eliminating certain conditions?
Eliminating conditions 5 and 6, which Eric and I talked about in the Mad Rush. We too get our packets only on Mondays before hearings. And we talked about this quickly, and if you're not taking in an entirety of a parcel, then you're not predetermining what the environmental outcome will be for some future development project on lot 24. So you would be removing, therefore, 5 and 6, and the recommended motion, I understand, would therefore be not to take in lot 24, but to take in the road easement over lot 24. So if you have any questions, please, I'll sit in front, and if you need to ask, I'll be here.
I didn't have any questions until you suggested a completely different motion.
I will be opening public comment. We'll check the chambers if anybody wishes to speak. And if not, we'll take a look in the Zoom room.
There are currently no participants in Zoom room.
Okay, so I'll be closing public comment and bringing it back to the commission.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to clarify something that Rick Tucker referred to. He was referring to conditions 5 and 6 in the staff report. Those are not conditions of approval. Those are findings of approval. The conditions that we were looking at striking are actually in the conditions of approval. Numbers 4 and 5 are no longer needed.
4 and 5?
In the staff report, it's shown as, they're not conditions, they're findings of approval on page 8. And I think that's what Mr. Ticker was referring to striking. It would be 5 and 6 within the staff report on page 8. But in the conditions of approval, it would be conditions number 4 and 5. So I just wanted to clarify that there is a difference between the findings for approval and the conditions of approval.
Okay, I'm not seeing it on page 8.
I think it's 9.
It's at the top of page 8, under B, numbers 5 and 6.
For us, it's page 9. That might be a
Yeah,
different.
it is, it's page 9.
Yeah, under B.
That
it's,
no
5 and
permits,
6.
land use or building shall be issued for any portion of the Valley Oaks development until the revised tentative subdivision map is submitted to that.
Correct,
And then number 6, the no further land divisions may occur.
correct.
Okay, so you want to eliminate those.
And also eliminate conditions number 4 and 5 in the conditions of approval.
Attachment 3.
Attachment 3 on the first page.
Chair Chavez, staff requests a 5-minute break to get this all clarified so that we can give you something that's a clear amendment. Thank you. I'd also like to confer with the county surveyor.
Thank you. So we'll take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back in at 10:23. All right, welcome back. We will continue with the item that we left off, which is item number 2.
Chair Chavez, I want to thank you for that 5-minute break. We were able to confer with the county surveyor, who is comfortable with these proposed amendments on the conditions. We have made copies so that it's available to the public, as well as to the commission, county council, the planner, and me. And so we thank you for that time.
Thank you. All right. Where did we leave off? I think we're ready for a
I have no
motion.
further questions or comments.
Okay. All right. So I'll be looking for a motion.
I'm happy to make the motion. I may stumble a bit because I'm working off what was previously written and then the changes. I move that the County of Lake Planning Commission recommend that the Board of Supervisors approve a minor modification MMU 22-01 to tentatively approved Valley Oaks subdivision SD 0601 at APN 014-260-24 to the boundary of the Valley Oaks subdivision for a secondary access. Is that still accurate?
We don't need to add the lot. We just need to use lot 24 as a secondary access.
You could just say easement through.
An easement through.
Yeah.
Hereby amending the boundary of Valley Oaks subdivision SD 06-01 with the findings listed in the staff report dated June 8, 2023, and with the conditions of approval as amended here today.
Point of clarification, it
Yep.
wouldn't actually amend the boundary. It would just provide access, and that's all it would do.
Fine, as revised by staff.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. And is that the only motion we have? Note that the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-day calendar day appeal period. If there is a disagreement with the planning commission, an appeal to the board of supervisors may be filed. Please be advised that this modification will be decided by the Lake County Board of Supervisors, which makes any appeal of the planning commission's recommendation redundant. If an appeal is filed, the appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day following the commission's final determination.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Eric. Moving on to our third item. This is a public hearing, consideration of proposed major use permit, UP 20-98, and mitigated negative declaration, IS 20-118, for approval of 29,498 square feet of canopy area within 79,500 square feet of cultivation area located at 1010 Agronaut Road, Lakeport, APN is 008-033-61. The applicant is Canopy.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Mary Claiborne. I'm an Assistant Planner with the Planning Division. Today, we are going to be discussing Major Use Permit UP 20-98, Initial Study 20-118 for Canopy. The applicant is Michael Paul. The agenda today will include the permit request, project scope, site description, project analysis, cumulative impacts, and recommendations and conditions. The project proposes a total of 29,498 square feet of canopy area within 72,500 square feet of cultivation area, with one A-Type 3 medium mixed light cultivation license, 3 A-Type 1C specialty cottage cultivation licenses, and 1 Type 13 distributor transfer only self-distribution license. Cultivation will occur in 19 30-foot by 100-foot greenhouses at a height of 15 feet. The project site is located in unincorporated Lake County, 3.4 miles southwest of Lakeport. Access to the project site is provided by an existing driveway off of Argonaut Road within 1,000 feet of Highway 29. The project zoning is agriculture, waterway, floodway fringe, scenic combining district, airport approach combining district. The project parcel is developed and includes an existing walnut orchard. The proposed cultivation area is within approximately 2.5 acre area on the east portion of the property that is mostly clear and flat. The proposed project includes the following: 1 30-foot by 100-foot processing facility with ADA compliant restrooms, 2 30 by 75 processing facilities, 8 2,500 gallon water tanks, perimeter fencing, 4 employee parking spaces, including 1 ADA compliant parking space, a loading zone, and a 20-foot wide access driveway from Argonaut Road.
May I ask a quick question?
Yes.
The legend for this map refers to C, a cargo container. I don't see a C anywhere on there, and I'm curious where the location of the cargo container might be.
I can refer that question to the applicant.
Fine, thanks.
Existing uses and improvements on the project parcel includes a permitted residence, a septic system, residential accessory structures, and 2 existing wells. The proposed cultivation area is within approximately a 2.5 acre area on the east portion of the property that is mostly clear and flat and includes prior agricultural uses as a walnut orchard. The use of the existing on-site agricultural well is proposed for cultivation activities. Project analysis, regulations reviewed for compliance: the Lake County General Plan, Kelseyville Area Plan, Lake County Zoning Ordinance, and state regulations. Project analysis. Lake County General Plan goals and policies were reviewed include Chapter 3 Land Use and Chapter 11 Water Resources. No conflicting policies within the general plan. No specific policies addressing commercial cannabis cultivation in the general plan. The project will utilize screen fences and allow the required setbacks of at least 100 feet from the property line. The project security management plan has been reviewed by the Lake County Sheriff's Office and meets requirements. The project, as proposed, will include 5,000 gallons of water storage in steel fiberglass water tanks and a backup generator for emergency use. Project analysis, Lake County Zoning Ordinance. Article 7, Rural Lands was reviewed. Article 37, Waterway Combining District was reviewed. Article 27, Uses Generally Permitted was reviewed. Project analysis. The CEQA initial study found that the project could cause potential impacts to the following resources: air quality, biological resources, agricultural resources and tribal resources, geology and soils, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology, water quality, noise, and wildfire. Project analysis, California Environmental Quality Act. A mitigated negative declaration is the proposed CEQA environmental determination for the project. All identified impacts can be reduced to less than significant with mitigation measures. Public comment period occurred from March 1st, 2023 to March 30th, 2023. Mitigations are outlined in staff report attachments 2, draft conditions of approval, and attachment 4, draft initial study, mitigated negative declaration. Aspects of interest, water analysis. The proposed project will obtain water from the existing agricultural well. A water availability analysis, hydrology report, and drought management plan was prepared by Vanderwall Engineering according to the requirements of Ordinance 3106. The project is projected to use 1.97 acre-feet of water per year. The estimated aquifer recharge rate for the given location is approximately 5.75 acre-feet. Therefore, the annual water usage will be approximately 34% of the annual recharge. Aspects of interest. Access. Access to the project site is provided by an existing driveway off of Argonaut Road within 1,000 feet of Highway 29. Aspect of interest. Flood zone. AO flood zone, areas of 100-year shallow flooding where depths are between 1 and 3 feet, average depths of inundation are shown, but no flood hazard factors are determined. Structures within the flood zone will include electrical installation at a minimum of 3 feet above ground level. All fertilizers and pesticides must be stored above flood elevation for this parcel. A certificate of elevation will be required. Tree removal and grading. Proposed tree removal would include 6 walnut trees. Proposed grading includes 2 to 4 cubic yards of topsoil movement for each structure, totaling an estimated 108 cubic yards. Aspect of interest, pest management. A neighbor adjacent to the parcel has respectfully requested that the property owner harvest the walnuts from the existing orchard at the end of the season to limit a food source for ground squirrels, limiting the attractant, breeding place, or harborage of pests. The applicant has agreed with this request, and this has been incorporated into the conditions of approval. Cumulative impacts. Within a 1-mile radius, there is 1 approved project and 1 pending project, being this project. Within a 3-mile radius, there are 11 approved projects and 7 pending projects. Recommendations, environmental recommendations. Adopt mitigated negative declaration initial study IS 20-118 for use permit UP 20-98 with findings found in the staff report. Major use permit recommendations. Approve use permit UP 20-98 with the proposed conditions of approval with the findings found in the staff report. Additionally, I would like to add that an AB 52 notification was sent to tribes on December 17th of 2020. Tribal consultation with the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians was requested on May 27th, 2021. Tribal consultation had concluded on July 2nd, 2021. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open for questions or comments.
Thank you. Are there any questions in the commission?
Thank you very much. I had noted when I read it that the last agency comment from Chris refers to stone tool discovery by Parker, study number 54287 in 2020. And then I read the COAs for cultural resources, and I think it covers it. So, and then I'd noted I didn't see the cumulative impact, and I love these maps. Thank you very much. That's all my comments.
Thank you.
I have one comment. One question, actually. Did the Office of Education
have any comments in regards to this project?
There were no comments. I am aware that there was a Redbud Center located 3 parcels down the road. However, that was over 1,300 feet away from the site and does not fall within that 1,000-foot buffer.
Okay, thank you.
I'd simply like to repeat my question about the legend on the map C, and if there's a known location of the cargo container, that would be helpful.
I can refer that to the applicant.
I'll be opening public comment if the applicant wishes to speak.
Hi, I'm Michael Paul, the applicant. First, I want to answer your question. It's in the site plans on page 4. The project has been divided into multiple phases, and in the first phase, there's cargo containers, and their location is drawn on there.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, hi, I'm nice to meet you. Thank you for taking the time to review this today, and I actually really want to thank the Community Development Department in here and on Zoom, the entire team. It's a lot of hard work through the pandemic. I really appreciate it. Thank you. First, I'd like to start that I really care about doing things right. I care about following the plan. I care about my neighbors. Although I'm new to the area, I can tell why people care or like it here or love it here. Is nature, small town, the neighbors are really friendly and supportive. And I want to acknowledge the generations of ag that have come before me. And although I am new here, my wife is originally from Mendocino County, and her family's been there for generations. I look forward to providing job opportunities to the community. Everything's going to be organic, and the farm for the past decade or so has been certified organic with the CCOF, and I plan on maintaining that status. And lastly, I want to say again, I really care about doing things right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody in the public wishes to speak regarding this project? If not in chambers, then we'll take a look on Zoom.
There are currently no hands raised in the Zoom room.
Okay, seeing none, we'll be closing public comment.
I just would like to note, if I could, that there was a woman here earlier. She showed up and was a little bit unclear about, but I believe she wanted to speak to this project, but she's no longer here.
I think the only comment I'm going to make to the applicant, Mr. Paul, is I would encourage you to reach out to the Hant School, which is a few parcels down from your lot. I know that the students take daily walks down some of those roads, so it might be important for you to go ahead and introduce yourself and establish that relationship. Thank you.
Can I still make a public comment?
I'll be opening public comment if you wish to speak.
Thank you. Public speaker like anybody else. I'm Nancy McCarrick. I live at 1462 Argonaut Road. My driveway runs right next to the school. I see students, or indirectly, or not all the time are there students there. I see people come and pick their students up. There are people there. I live on the property next door. I don't want to have anybody not do what they want to do on their property, but it is important to me and us to have our, I've been there 30 years, and I don't want to be invaded or feel threatened because something others might think is an opportunist, take the opportunistic, because it's something that people steal and, so it's a little bit of a threat. It is. I appreciate security. I don't want to smell it. I don't want to see it. I am concerned, but I've talked to Mary, and if the county does what it's supposed to do and all the regulations and things are in place like they should be, I shouldn't know it's there. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Since public comment is still open, we'll check the Zoom room once again.
There are currently no hands in the Zoom room.
And one last time here in the chambers, if anybody else wishes to speak. Seeing nobody, I'll be closing public comment and bringing it back to the commission.
I'm ready to make a motion. I move that the Planning Commission find that the major use permit UP 2098 for canopy on property located at 1010 Argonaut Road, Lakeport, APN 008033361 will not have a significant effect on the environment, and approve mitigated negative declaration IS 20-118 based on the findings listed in the staff report dated June 8th, 2023.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes.
I further move that the Planning Commission approve major use permit UP 2098 for canopy on property located at 1010 Argonaut Road, Lakeport, APN 008033361, based on the findings and subject to the conditions listed in the staff report dated June 8th, 2023.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Note, the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-day calendar day appeal period. If there is a disagreement with the Planning Commission, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fees must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th day following the Planning Commission's decision on this matter.
Commissioners?
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mary.
Moving on to our fourth item. We had two 9:15s on the agenda, so it was a little confusing. Yeah. So our fourth item is public hearing, consideration of proposed major use permit, UP 20-46, and mitigated negative declaration, IS 20-58, for approval of 261,360 square feet of outdoor commercial cannabis canopy within a 388,125 square feet of cultivation area located at 9240 and 9260 Kelsey Creek Drive, Kelseyville, APNs 011-004-14 and 011-004-40, and finally 011-004-50. The applicant is Bottle Rock Holdings.
Hello, my name is Andrew Amelong. I'm the Cannabis Program Manager. I'll be presenting this item. The agenda will cover the permit request, the site description, project scope, project analysis, a couple of aspects of interest, and then cumulative impacts, finally with the recommendation. The applicant is seeking approval of a use permit that would allow for up to 6 acres of outdoor commercial cannabis canopy. As you can see, it's located on 2 separate sites among the 3 parcels. The project site is located approximately 4 miles south of the town of Kelseyville. The site can be accessed by 2 private driveway access roads, one of which connects to Bottle Rock Road and the other one connects to Kelsey Creek Drive. The general plan designation for the property is rural lands. The base zoning district for 2 of the parcels is rural lands with another base zoning district of agricultural preserve. There's a combining district among the parcels for waterway. The project location falls under the Kelseyville Community Area Plan. Parcels within the vicinity are zoned rural lands, open space, and rural residential. Most of the neighboring lots to the south and west are undeveloped. Most of the lots to the north and east are developed with houses and minimal agricultural uses, and the location falls in Supervisory District 5. The project parcels are located on the western slope of Camelback Ridge and ranges in elevation from over 2,600 feet to the east near the Bottle Rock site to just over 1,500 feet to the west near the Kelsey Creek site. The natural terrain is a mix of forested areas, chaparral, and woodland savanna. The project parcel is not within a community growth boundary or within a mapped farmland protection district. The site is located in an SRA high fire risk area. No flood zones are present on the site. The slope is between 0 to 10% throughout the majority of both cultivation sites, with a small portion of the northern section of the Kelsey Creek site having a 10 to 20% slope. Sorry, we are checking one thing here. Okay. Okay, I see. Okay, one minor technical issue that we just resolved. Moving on, the Bottle Rock site is served by a private gravel road, Helen Road, which connects the site with Bottle Rock Road, which is a paved two-lane county-maintained road. The Kelsey Creek site is served by a private gravel road, Conklin Road, which connects the site with Kelsey Creek Drive, a paved two-lane county-maintained road. The site uses an existing septic system serving the dwelling that will be used by the employees. The existing restroom is required to be ADA compliant, which is included in the draft conditions of approval. The project consists of an existing 40-foot by 26-foot dwelling, an existing 17-foot by 27-foot shed to be used for drying and packaging of cannabis, an existing 35-foot by 11-foot storage building to be used for cannabis production waste, an existing 20-foot by 23-foot storage shed, an existing permitted on-site groundwater well and proposed on-site water catchment system, an existing permitted septic system, and there are no new structures proposed. Construction details include grading to establish the cultivation area, which would disturb approximately 6 acres of earth. Activities include digging and auging and pouring of concrete footings for fencing, disking ground for fabric pots, delivery, assembly, and/or installation of garden beds, potting soil, and irrigation systems. And there's one more note. Construction operations will occur between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. For operational details, the proposed project will operate as follows. Fertilizers and pesticides will be stored in a secure designated structure and in accordance with all applicable laws and regulations. Operation is anticipated to occur between April and November of each year from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. All gates will be closed and locked outside normal operational hours and/or when authorized personnel are not present. All cannabis waste will be composted on-site and incorporated into the soil of the cultivation area as a soil amendment. Operation will require up to 5 full-time employees during site preparation and at peak harvest time. The applicant anticipates generating the following traffic. 10 to 20 trips per day from staff commuting to and from the site, 1 or 2 deliveries or pickups per week, and approximately 6 miscellaneous trips. The operation will implement and maintain best management practices in accordance with all applicable federal, state, and local agency requirements, including Chapter 29 of the Municipal Code, the Stormwater Management Ordinance, and Chapter 30 of the Municipal Code, the Grading Ordinance. All best management practices will be maintained for the life of the project. For project analysis, we will cover the Lake County General Plan, it says Upper Lake here, but it should be the Kelseyville Community Area Plan, Lake County Zoning Ordinance, as well as state regulations. For the Lake County General Plan, Chapter 3 was primarily focused and covered in the staff report. However, a follow-up review was also conducted for Chapter 7, 8, and 11, and no conflicting policies with the general plan were identified. For the Kelseyville Community Area Plan, Objective 3.4 for protection of diverse vegetation was reviewed, as well as policy 3.4A, riparian and setland habitat protection, 3.4C for the preservation of native trees, and 4.1, reduce of threats to wildfire. Summary note, this project would have a relatively small footprint, approximately small acres of disturbed land, and will allow wildlife movement on site except within the fenced areas, and would have a minimal impact on wildlife on the approximate 372-acre property. The project is more than 100 feet from the nearest riparian area and will have no impact on riparian or wetland habitats. No trees are proposed to be removed, and aerial photos show that the 2 cultivation areas are already cleared of vegetation with the exception of grass and some brush. The project will be required to use at least 1 steel or fiberglass on-site water suppression tank, or water tank for fire suppression, sorry. And the applicant will be required to provide 100 foot of defensible space around all structures. For the Lake County zoning ordinance, Article 4 for agricultural preservation or preserve zone, APZ, was reviewed. Article 7 for rural lands was reviewed. Article 27 for uses generally permitted. Articles 30 for special lot size density combining districts, as well as Article 37 on the waterway combining district. In regards to those with APZ, the purpose of APZ zoning district is to provide zoning for lands in agricultural preserve and for the conservation and protection of land capable of producing agricultural products. The cultivation of commercial cannabis is permitted in the APZ zoning district with the approval of a major use permit for A Type 3 medium outdoor cultivation licenses pursuant to Article 27. In regards to rural lands, it is also an allowable use, and for, let's see, special lot size density, the purpose of this combining district is to limit the division of certain lots and has no effect on the ability of an applicant to cultivate commercial cannabis. Moving on to CEQA. The CEQA initial study found that the project could cause potential impacts to the following resources: air quality, biological resources, cultural resources and tribal cultural resources, geology and soils, as well as noise. Mitigation measures have been included in the conditions of approval to make the impacts less than significant. The following mitigation measures were added to the mitigated negative declaration to address the following issues. In terms of air quality, measures were included to obtain authority to construct permit from Air Quality Management District, as well as mitigation measures making sure all equipment used meets state emission regulations. Requirements for hazardous material uses and storage were included. Requirements for chipping of vegetative waste as opposed to burning are included, as well as prohibition of white rock as a road base and in order to reduce fugitive dust. Biological resources mitigation measures include the requirement of a survey of a certified biologist prior to any further vegetation removal. And let's see, concerning noise, another condition was added to ensure that the applicants or potential permittees abide by the noise ordinance. In terms of cumulative impacts, there's currently 1 approved project located on Bottle Rock Road, which is just under 1 mile from the proposed project and is currently pursuing an amendment to their approved use. In addition to that, there are currently 9 approved commercial cannabis projects and 5 pending commercial cannabis projects within a 3-mile radius of the proposed project site. There are 2 aspects of interest. One was included in the staff report. One was added more recently that I just came across. Similar to Mary with the previous project, we were both picking these projects up at the tail end of it, and there were a lot of different people involved in the review. I caught this yesterday and spoke to the applicants about it. Current access to the project sites come from 2 different roads, as mentioned, Kelsey Creek Drive and Battle Rock Road. Access from Kelsey Creek Drive would include obtaining a lake and stream bed alteration permit from Fish and Wildlife, which I believe the applicants have already obtained, and they can speak a little bit to this. But it would involve utilizing a seasonal bridge to cross Kelsey Creek, which the applicants are it says they're currently obtaining it, but they were informing me today that they have obtained it. I do believe that much of the planning for this project occurred over the past few years, not so much recently when there's been a lot of focus on the Clear Lake Hitch and its natural habitat. In light of the status of the Clear Lake Hitch and its associated habitat in Kelsey Creek, staff feels that obtaining the LSA agreement and using the seasonal bridge could still cause significant environmental damage to the natural habitat of the hitch. The applicants are willing to speak in more detail to this matter. However, at the same time, the applicant's project parcel currently have an easement agreement with the Church of Shambhala, which allows access to the project parcels, and both cultivation sites can be accessed through this easement from Bottle Rock Road. Staff recommends an additional condition be added limiting access to the project site only from Helen Road via Bottle Rock Road and prohibiting commercial access to the site from Kelsey Creek Drive. The applicants were made aware of this proposed condition yesterday. They are willing to meet it, but they also bring up some other interesting facts, which I'll let them explain when we get to that point. Another aspect of interest that was covered in the water analysis in the staff report, just one little detail. The assumption made in the hydrology report is that the aquifer is recharged primarily through rainfall across the 372-acre give or take, project property. The annual precipitation available for the recharge on-site was estimated essentially using annual precipitation data for Lakeport, not Kelseyville. I went ahead and did some calculations. Kelseyville does not receive quite as much rain as Lakeport, but long story less long, basically they still would have enough water, so. Our environmental recommendations are to adopt the mitigated negative declaration, initial study IS 2058 for the use permit 2046 with findings found in the staff report, as well as approving use permit 2046 with the proposed conditions of approval as amended and with the findings found in the staff report. That concludes staff's presentation and available for questions or comments, although I may defer to the applicants. So.
Thank you, Andrew.
So I had a big problem with the property management plan. It lists a whole bunch of attachments that were not attached. I kind of feel like I got to have some more information before I even really consider this. The only attachment that was attached was Exhibit G. It wasn't labeled as such, but that was the thing from the State Water Board. All the others, I'm not seeing them.
Perhaps
We want to talk about that.
the project file is fairly well prepared by another planner who had worked on it. We most likely have all of those documents available upon request, or perhaps it may be any certain questions the applicants can address here today.
Yeah, just briefly, my name is Nick Lewis. I'm one of the owners and managers. As far as the documents, we've had a few planners. We've submitted a number of documents. We definitely uploaded documents at one time to the, I don't know the terminology, but the online database, and then we've emailed as well, but I don't know why you don't have it. I did notice on the agenda, I did email Andrew certain things because I noticed there was some older documents, and I have a copy right here in my hand, but point being, we have the project management plan with all attachments. I can get it to you hard copy now. email. It definitely is in the file. I'm just not sure where in your file.
And also, the majority of time with most of our projects, we have several documents that apply to the document. We
Right.
don't include every, report and document that we have because there wouldn't be enough space for those attachments. That's essentially why we create the staff report to summarize the information from all of those documents.
Okay, thank you. Well, I have a lot of other problems with it, and I'm going to suggest that we kick this down the road for that reason. I want to discuss it first to see if I'm missing something. Just going over the agency comments, Parker identified 2 prehistoric sites. Water monitoring equipment is missing. There were some surveyor issues. And then looking at the hydrology report, I see this a lot in these hydrology reports. The hydrology report defines a typical spacing of about 5 by 5, that would be about 1,700 plants per acre for the 5 acres. And then I guess the spacing is greater for the other acres, so it's only 1,000 plants, but that adds up to 9,500 plants. And that need 6 gallons per day minimum. And that's based on that study that was done up in the North Coast where there's more water in the air. We're more arid here. You're going to need more than 6 gallons per plant. So that the hydrology report says that the maximum you'll need is 35,000 gallons. My math says you're going to need 72,000 gallons. We have a public comment from a neighbor who's worried about water and traffic. To me, I don't think this is ready for serious consideration. That's all my comment.
In response to that, the 6 gallons per plant per day for 500 plants per acre was based on a study conducted in Colorado, northern Colorado, and it's what the BCC, before it is now the DCC, Department of Cannabis Control, originally referenced. However, the variation of water use is, it varies
Yeah.
a lot by application and cultivation techniques.
Yeah, it does. I agree. I recall that it was done in the North Coast of California. I've also spoken to a couple of people who have told me that outdoor cannabis in Lake County will consume between 17 and 25 gallons a day. So, seriously, we know that more research needs to be done on this issue. But I'm very worried about water in this watershed, and so are your neighbors. And I'm worried about the cumulative impacts. So that's where I stand on it at this point.
May we respond? I'm going to have my colleague come up, Eric Fuss.
Hey there, I'm Eric Fuss. I'm also an applicant and a co-owner of Ball Rock Holdings. I graduated from Sonoma State University with a degree in environmental studies, and I work as a biologist and a part-time CEQA and NEPA assistant for an engineering firm. I believe that regarding the water, we put forth best management practices using low pressure drip irrigation. There would be no hand watering. We would be mulching over the water. I think that we could definitely minimize our water use. And as of now, we aren't going to grow the giant plants that people once grew. I think that right now quality is more important in this market, and overproducing and growing big plants that aren't sellable to market is not something that's economically in our interest. So we would be growing plants much smaller that would take much less water. We'd be planting later in the year, probably like late June, where historically those big plants people planted in early May. And so those are a few of my comments regarding the water. And I understand that the neighbors are probably worried about the water, but I believe that neighbor would be Roland Shaw, and his well is higher than our well. So he definitely would have, I'm sorry, our well is shallower than his well, so he definitely would have better access. I'm not sure that is the neighbor who had the complaint. And yeah, sorry.
Oh, I'm referring to something that was provided today.
Oh, okay.
From a John Grice.
John Grice.
Yes.
Yeah, because I spoke to a couple neighbors regarding the water use, and I know that they have problems, with our water use as well. And I think that's a common theme here in Lake County, is that people are afraid of wells going dry. And our area is actually an incredibly wet area. We have ferns growing. We have a spring that runs year round. Even last year, our spring never stopped flowing.
Remind me what the elevation is?
The elevation changes throughout the project. It's from about 400 to roughly 1,000 feet, and our well is right around 600 feet with a depth of 120 feet and an output of 50 gallons a minute in the driest part of the year.
No, I mean elevation above sea level.
Right
here, we're at like 1,300, right here.
Yeah.
The Kelseyville site is just over 1,500 feet, while the Bottle Rock site is just over 2,600 feet. I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's about
check that.
1,000-foot elevation change throughout the sites. So that's my.
Yeah, that is correct.
I think that our per gallon usage on a plant per day would probably be about 2 to 3 gallons of water per day, every other day.
Yeah, that's about what you have.
Yeah.
And that's at peak, right?
That would be at peak, yeah, just regarding the size and, the methods that we would use. It wouldn't be hand watering to runoff. There would be no runoff in the methods that we use. It would be drip irrigation so that it's fully saturated and with mulch over it so that evaporation is minimized. So, yeah.
I had a question regarding the LSA agreement with Fish and Wildlife.
Yeah, so we went through various conversations with Fish and Wildlife regarding a seasonal bridge over Kelsey Creek. Currently, there's derelict culverts in the creek where we cross. There's about 7 residences that cross daily for residential use, and there's probably 4 or 5 culverts, rusted culverts that are sitting in the creek. Our agreements with Fish and Wildlife was that we would remove these culverts that are in the creek, and we would install a seasonal bridge between May and October during low flow periods of the year. The seasonal bridge, there would be no construction in the actual creek itself, and the seasonal bridge would consist of abutments above the bed, and there'd be wood abutments where we would drop the bridge on using machinery, and it would be stored in a disturbed area outside of the creek bed during the months that it's not being used, and any disruption to the bed would be restored to pre-construction activities within 3 weeks of the seasonal bridge being installed. However, we are willing to forego that and just access from the Bottle Rock side if it appeases the staff and the board. But that is our conversations with Fish and Wildlife regarding the bridge.
So what is the benefit of accessing through the bridge? I don't have a problem with which way you access, but I'm just wondering, to your operation, what's the benefit of using that seasonal bridge?
So the benefits would be that, maybe some equipment that we would use probably just for construction would maybe be more easily accessed through that entrance. And it would also probably be beneficial to the neighborhood, because there's already cars going through there. We look at it as improvements to the creek and possibly improvements to the sustainability of the hitch and the creek, motor oil, tires, all the things that go along with even residents driving through the creek, that we were looking at it as an improvement that we were willing to undertake. If that was something we needed to do, we are willing to, like I said, forego that. It was just something that we we understood that we kind of thought we had to do, and maybe that's not something we have to do.
Would you be willing to agree to maintain the road? We have John and Karen Grice are complaining about potholes and saying that the road is not designed for this kind of traffic. The roads are terrible. She talks about the bridge not being strong enough. So is that something that we can require, maintenance of the access road?
Would that be Conklin Lane?
Yes, it's regarding the.
Yeah, she just says all the roads in this area.
Conklin Lane. Yeah, I mean, we are very close with our neighbors on the Kelsey Creek side. We all work together to maintain those roads and keep them drivable. And that's something that, we already gravelled the side of Conklin Lane that had, that meets Kelsey Creek. We've dropped gravel there. We've dropped gravel all through our neighbors' roads, nowhere near our parcel on the other side of Conklin Lane. So we are more than happy to upkeep those roads. We have yeah.
I think personally it's a lot to ask.
I would also defer to county council as to what
Kelsey
limit
Creek
we
Drive
have on
is-
requiring maintenance on other parcels.
Yeah, we spent a lot of money like upkeeping other neighbors' roads, and we don't mind doing that, but maybe like if it was required, that might be something that could become costly.
I think Kelsey Creek Drive is a little excessive, but from where it takes off, Conklin Lane.
Yeah, Kelsey Creek Drive, that's a county right-of-way, right? Yeah, I don't know that that's something that we would want to, yeah.
Yeah, so.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Christina?
Commissioner Price, hi. I wanted to ask if the bridge that if you guys are going to be manufacturing it or building it, that's for not commercial use, correct? Like you're not going to have big trucks going through there. Same thing with on Kelsey Creek Drive, you wouldn't use that as an access point?
So that's what we're discussing right now. We are willing to forego using that as a commercial site or a commercial entrance. But if we did forego that, I don't think that we would be required to enter the LSA agreement because we wouldn't be using commercial vehicles, and so therefore we would not be using the seasonal bridge. The seasonal bridge is something we would be paying for. That would be benefiting our neighbors as well as us. But, then I think that would become more of a county issue about people driving through the road for their residences rather than for a commercial use. So we wouldn't be installing the bridge if we were not going to use it for commercial access.
Okay.
Right, and that was kind of like the same question that I asked about the agreement is, obviously the public will have access to that bridge, but my question was if it was going to be, beneficial to the operation to not use alternate routes that may potentially cause more harm to the already, whatever roads are in the area, that some of the concerns that like the letter that we got, would that kind of help out the situation with the comment about road?
Yeah, I think we're okay with foregoing that access. That's okay. I don't think, if we need to scrap that and say we won't access commercially through there, that's okay with us.
Yeah, well, I mean, for me, I'm just, if it helps, the question about using, let's say, trucks and commercial vehicles passing through these other routes, that if this land bridge mitigates that, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm trying to go with my question. So if it does help, then, that's good, because then the neighbors would have less concerns regarding the usage of their already existing roads, and if this is going to help the project and the neighbors as well, so it's a.
Yeah, from my understanding, it's the neighbors even driving through that creek has been an ongoing issue with Fish and Wildlife. I think some of our neighbors have been fined. There's a limit to how many culverts can be installed on Kelsey Creek as of now. No more bridges, no more permanent bridges can be installed on Kelsey Creek. So the temporary bridge would be our only option if we were to create a water crossing. And the neighbors, as of now, they live there and they don't cross during the winter. There's a span bridge that they walk across with their groceries, so there is no access during the winter months. So the months that we would have our bridge there would be, are the only times that actual vehicles are driving through that creek.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any further comments? Okay, so I'll be opening public comment for this project. If anybody in the chambers wishes to speak. I don't see any hands. We'll take a look in the Zoom room.
Currently no hands in the Zoom room.
All right, so I'll be closing public comment and bringing it back to the commission for further questions or action. Yeah, I'm good.
Did Commissioner Field get her questions answered? Does she feel better about the discussion?
Well, I have concerns about the water still, but I like the willingness to work with the neighbors on the roads. Now, I'm understanding there is another access through Shambhala. Could that be the commercial access?
Correct. That was staff's recommendation
okay.
in the presentation, that we add an additional condition to limit access just through the Church of Shambhala.
Okay.
They have an easement agreement with the Church of Shambhala, so that would eliminate the need to put in a bridge or even have any commercial access through Kelsey Creek Drive, which could have any impact on Kelsey Creek itself.
Okay. Yeah,
However, as stated, there's the potential for improvements through the seasonal bridge on the environmental conditions, so.
Right, okay, thank you. Yeah, I do have, you've heard my concerns about the water and the neighbors and everything, and I do now see the cumulative impacts map, and that makes me feel better. But I kind of am blaming the hydrology report. It's just, I think we should be doing those in-house. I think there's kind of a conflict of interest if you do them yourself. The hydrology report comes up with exactly the numbers that you're looking for. They spelled attachments wrong. I just feel like we should be doing that in-house to make sure that they're a little higher quality product. Yeah, I have some doubts about this project, but I think it's in a good place. And I think that as a community, we should be encouraging people to get legal. So I'm tentatively, I'm not super thrilled about this, but I'm tentatively able to vote yes on it today.
So I'm looking for action on this item.
I'm going to make a motion. I move that the Planning Commission adopt mitigated negative declaration IS 20-58 for Bottle Rock Holdings, Inc. on property located at 9240 and 9260 Kelsey Creek Drive, Kelseyville, and further described in this motion, based on the findings listed in the staff report dated June 8, 2023.
I'll second.
Commissioner Hess,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Price,
Aye.
Commissioner Field.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Does the chair also concur?
Yes. Commissioner Ree, yes.
I move that the Planning Commission approve major use permit UP 20-46 for Bottle Rock Holdings, Inc. on property located at 9240 and 9260 Kelsey Creek Drive, Kelseyville, and further described in this motion, subject to the conditions of approval and based on the findings listed in the staff report dated May 25?
Should be corrected to
June 8, 2023.
Second.
Heard a
Commissioner,
baby second that one.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes, aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Field,
Yes.
and I say yes as well. Motion passes. The applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-day calendar day appeal period. If there is a disagreement with the planning commission, commission's decision, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day following the planning commission's final determination. And we'll be taking a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 11:28.
Thank you.
Order. I didn't hear that it was already on. All right, welcome back. We will be moving on to our, I believe it's our 5th item. Consideration of proposed major use permit, UP 22-12, development review, DR 22-01, and initial study, IS 2213, to construct a mini storage and a 12,000 square foot office manufacturing building. Applicant is Andrew Van Norman on Puda Storage. Location is 18830 Puda Lane in Middletown. APN is 014-500-03.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Trish. We have a non-cannabis use permit. Yay. All right, yeah, as the chairman indicated, this is for a mini storage. It's kind of a mixed-use development. It's got a 12,000 square foot building that would have 4 individual bays. Each bay would have the ability to provide manufacturing space and office. So there would be 4 individual bays in the 12,000 square foot building. I'm going to fast forward to the site plan because I want to describe what's going on here. The 12,000 square foot building is this building right here. And these little guys, the rows, are the mini storage units. The mini storage units are unusual. They would be clustered. This is what they look like, and they have individual openers on the inside of each unit so people cannot get trapped inside of them, which is actually fairly important per our definitions in Article 68, which requires self-opening mini storage units in addition to some other design criteria. So getting back to the project itself, this is a 5-acre lot, zone C3, and it's actually got other similar uses across, I believe that's Highway 29. Having trouble seeing it. Across Highway 29, so it's fairly consistent with what's around it. There's a trucking yard, there are other mini storages, and the reason it matters is because of the Middletown Area Plan, which has design requirements that essentially require buildings to look like what's around them in terms of size, scale, and physical appearance. Here's a shot of the aerial. As you can see, there's very little tree coverage on the lot. It's pastoral, it's flat. To staff, it's a very ideal location for this type of use. Puda Lane actually stops right here, and so they would have to develop not only the site, but they'd have to make some improvements to the what's essentially a turnaround at the end of Puda Lane.
And there will never be access off of 29, it sounds like.
No, Caltrans won't let them take direct access. So it's about 1,000 feet to the access point for Puda. Sorry to jump around here. Zoning map, you can see this is C3. It's got C3 beneath it and above it, and it's got heavy industrial M2 across Highway 20 with rural residential behind it. Going back to the aerial, you can see there's pretty low density development behind it. And there's some potential for incompatible uses based on zoning. However, they're planning on putting a 5 or a 6 foot tall screening fence around the perimeter for security and for screening. And so that'll help offset the view of the facility from the neighboring lot, which is marginally developed. I believe it's got a house on it and some, a little bit of ag. Getting back to the project itself, the paved area is the primary entry point from Poodle Lane. So once they come into the lot, they would get through a gate, and I'm assuming that it would be limited access, but I don't know that for a fact. I'm not sure it matters if they have a gate code. Parking would be in front, and that would primarily be for the manufacturing office building, the 12,000 square foot building. There would be a second gate that they would access to get into the storage units. There's a landscape plan. They have very little landscaping proposed, but they do meet the requirements within the Middletown area plan for landscaping.
Are those 3 trees on the left, is that where Highway 29 goes?
No, I think
No, Highway 29
At the top of the
top.
page? Okay, I was just going to say it's pretty sparse if that's where 29 is. Thank you.
No,
That's
it's
fine.
at the top. Okay, here's a picture of the manufacturing building. It's pretty nondescript. It's similar to what's across the highway in terms of, minimal architectural treatment. They are proposing some awnings. There aren't a lot of kickouts or pop-ups or roofline deviations or anything that, would otherwise make it probably a little more interesting to look at, but technically it meets the design criteria within the Middletown area plan based on what they're proposing. That I believe is the floor plan, yeah. That's the floor plan of the manufacturing building. So the main area would be this one. It's double-sized, and then you'd have 3 smaller rental units that would be rented out to different manufacturing or office uses. I indicated the 12,000 square foot building and the 4 bays of storage units. The bays are about 13,500 square feet for 3 of the, what I'm calling bays. So these 3 groups of storage units are about 13,500 square feet in total floor area, just to give you an idea of the scale. And the single line of storage units is about 7,000 and change square feet of floor area.
What is the setback from 29 compared to the buildings on the other side of 29? Right, no, go back one more. Okay, to the left, there's 29. So that first row of containers, how far setback from 29 would that be? It just looks much closer than the buildings on the other side of 29.
I think you're right. Yeah, the buildings on the other side of 29 are set back quite a ways.
Yeah, those were all destroyed in the Valley Fire, and that's how the rebuild looks. Richard, do you have a comment on that? No, it can wait till we open up to public. Thanks.
I want to say 10 feet from property line, but I'm not sure how far from pavement.
Okay, perhaps the consultant can shed more light later.
On one of the maps, it says 30 feet from the property line, plus the shoulder and. We'll
I'm
clear
sure
it.
it's not 100 feet. I think it could be 30, but I'm not certain. Anyway, getting back to the specifics, no trees are proposed to be removed. They're going to add 22 parking spaces for the manufacturing building, including 1 ADA space. Mentioned the 6 foot tall screening fence. They would need to add a new septic system. There's an existing on-site well that they would use. The site's flat and undeveloped. There really aren't any trees to speak of on the site. Single driveway access is Poodle Lane. Indicated the well is on site. It's slightly over 5 acres, zone C3 DR. Scenic combining, but because it's commercial, scenic combining is not applicable to a commercial use. Conditions, earth tone colors required, no bright or contrasting colors are allowed, and that's per the Middletown area plan. They do have to do some improvements to Poodle Lane, indicated the trees. No direct access to 29 is allowed. The access point to the highway is about 1,000 feet north of the site. And they're going to have a 5,000 gallon water tank for fire suppression because of fire characteristics in the vicinity. General plan, we found that it complied with Chapter 3 land use. There were no conflicts. Middletown area plan, there was a painstaking effort to comply with the Middletown area plan in the staff report. There are a lot of design requirements in the Middletown area plan. Certain design requirements are added into conditions, primarily the paint color. Article 20 is C3 zoning requirements, requires a major use permit, requires evaluation under Article 41, which are performance standards, requires evaluation under Article 56.5, development review standards, and Article 34 is scenic combining, which does not apply because it's commercial. CEQA, we did an initial study. We found that it resulted in a mitigated negative declaration, and there was some potential for impacts to aesthetics, air quality, cultural, tribal, geology and soils, and transportation, and that all of these impacts could be mitigated to less than significant. Had no public comments, which I was surprised. I thought we would have some.
I am too.
So our recommendation is to adopt mitigated negative declaration IS 22-13 based on the findings and staff report dated today, and to approve use permit UP 2212 and development review DR 2201 with the findings listed in the staff report dated today. And I'll entertain any questions that you might have.
When you say improvements to Puda Lane, do you mean from where it terminates and then must extend to the actual project?
Yeah, they'd have to improve the big bulb at the end of Puda.
But in terms of impact on Puda Lane as it currently exists, when you turn off of 29 and then double back, I'm concerned about the traffic on the early part of Puda Lane rather than the part that the applicant would potentially would be required to improve.
Well, I was concerned about it too, and I asked DPW, John Everett and Scott De Leon, if they felt it rose to the level of required, having to provide us a traffic impact study, and they didn't feel that it generated enough traffic to warrant it.
Right.
So they weren't concerned about it, and because they weren't concerned, I wasn't concerned.
Well, I did read your exchange in the agency comments with Mr. Everett, and your calculations did seem much higher than his in terms of traffic and impacts on Puda.
It wasn't my calculations, it was actually what we received from the applicant.
You made some reference to, you're not a transportation guy, but
Yeah.
those were the numbers, yeah.
Right. And, you know, what I believed would result, and I'm not a professional, not in that sense, is about half of what we were given. And so the applicant, I think, overshot the estimate. I wanted confirmation of whether I was closer or he was closer in terms of projected traffic impacts. And the response I got from Public Works was that they weren't concerned about it enough to require a traffic study.
Okay, I'll live with that. I have some other things that I think are more appropriate for the consultant. Thanks.
May I come up, or is this the appropriate location to?
You can speak there if you'd like, yeah.
My name is Richard Knoll.
Oh, yeah. 1 second. Public comment is now open.
Okay, thank you, sorry. Richard Knoll, I'm a planning consultant, excuse me, from Lakeport, and I'm here representing the applicant, Andrew Van Norman, who owns the property on Poodle Lane. I actually need to apologize. We actually had this agendized for your next meeting and found out this morning that it was on the agenda. So I'm somewhat unprepared. Normally, I would bring a PowerPoint and the applicant would be here. He couldn't make it because of the mix-up that we had. But I will attempt to answer questions. One of them has to do with the setback from Highway 29. The setback is actually about 80 feet. If you look at the site plan, there's a 30-foot setback from property line. There's another 30 feet to the right-of-way line to, or to the, I guess, maybe it's not the right-of-way line, but there is another 50 feet to the edge of roadway. So fairly long setback existing between 29 and where the mini storage units will be constructed. As far as traffic impacts, the traffic projection that we originally submitted with the application was overstated, and we did provide some engineering input as a follow-up, which estimated traffic at 90 trips per day at a maximum, at full build-out, compared to the over 300 that was originally indicated. That, as it turned out, we plugged in the wrong land use code to the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation manual and came up with a projection that was 3 times what it should have been. I think the proposed conditions of approval are acceptable to the applicant. I do want to clarify the condition of Poodle Lane. Poodle Lane has been substantially improved from the intersection of 29 across the frontage of the gas station and Mini Mart to the north. Paving then transitions to a chip seal. So there's an existing improved condition chip seal surface on Poodle Lane, including the cul-de-sac bulb.
Yeah, it's not brand new. I drive that all the time. It creates a lot of dust, that kind of thing. I had some other questions. I thought perhaps the applicant would be here. And in the only area, again, in agency comments that it appeared the public weighed in, a woman named Kate Schmidt-Hopper had questions that reflect my own questions. And that is there actually the need for more storage capacity? Is that part of South County at capacity already with the existing storage?
I don't think there's been a demand analysis performed. That's not a requirement of the use permit. The applicant certainly believes that there is a demand, and with the growth that is occurring within the Hidden Valley Lake and Middletown area, there feels like there is a sufficient demand to go ahead with it.
And then regarding water use, I might have misread things, but it seems like it analyzed only the need for water for bathroom use. And one of the big problems I have with this application is manufacturing is undefined. And I'm concerned about what that means. What type of manufacturing?
Well,
let me finish. Yeah. Would be on site. And depending on what that future manufacturing might be, how do I know as a commissioner whether an adequate CEQA review was performed?
Well, the analysis was based on the number of employees that would be projected within the manufacturing building, the 12,000 square foot building.
I'm just curious about what define manufacturing. Is it
Well, it's-
something involving chemicals? Is it?
No, it's primarily light manufacturing, service commercial, auto repair, light fabrication.
The staff report is silent on manufacturing, defining it.
Well, that's what I was just trying to do. It's light manufacturing, it's fabrication, it's auto repair. It might, I mean, there are no tenants signed at this point. So, but, I mean, manufacturing is a generic term that is, you know, identified in the zoning ordinance. And so this building sort of fits into that mold. But, you know, if you look at the area, if you look at uses across the street, we're talking light industrial, light manufacturing, light fabrication types of uses.
I guess it's sort of like Field of Dreams. I mean, maybe we need capacity, but if it's built, they will come. Manufacturers will come.
Well, I
Storage
think
people will
that's
come.
really the way land development occurs. You have a property owner with a C3 property that, you know, is interested in doing something with the land and making it productive from a financial perspective, and has looked at the mini storage uses, the building itself, and he feels that that type of land use would be appropriate and beneficial to the surrounding area.
Thanks, Richard.
Thank you.
I had a couple questions probably for Eric, I'm not sure. I looked at the agency comments and I'm not seeing evidence of local tribal consultation. I think Big Valley Rancheria responded, but did you have any communication with the local tribes?
Well, only to the extent that we sent out a AB 52 notice. The tribes didn't, well, let me take a look.
May I? There was a tribal consultation process, and we met on site with a member of the Middletown Rancheria, and I apologize, I forget his name right now, it's in my notes.
Michael Rivera.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And we did a complete walkover with him. There was also a cultural resources report prepared, but he responded that he did not feel that there was any cultural resources impact associated with this property, and felt it would.
Well, I see that we have some COAs, the standard, should anything be found.
Yes.
Notification, so I'm fine with that. Thank you. The landscape plan was too low res for me to see. I think that's probably why we're wondering about all these numbers of distances and things. And also I have a question. What are man doors?
Pedestrian doors, standard doors.
As opposed to a roll-up door for a vehicle?
It's a long-term, you know, part of the industry in terms of describing access into a building.
Yeah, well, this project is riddled with unfortunate nomenclature. Those are all my comments and questions. Thank you.
Not sure what you're referring to, but
Public comment comment's still open. Is there anybody in the Zoom room?
Currently, no hands in the Zoom room.
All right. I see no hands in the chambers. So public comment is closed. Bring it back to the commission to further discuss or to take action.
Question for the director. Would future manufacturing, proposed manufacturing, come before the planning commission?
Not necessarily. If it is an allowed use within that zoning district, then it could take place with just a building permit. However, if it is a proposed use that requires either a minor or major use permit, it would then go into its normal review process and be heard before the zoning administrator or the planning commission.
Thanks. I'm prepared to make a motion. I move that the Planning Commission find that the Development Review DR 22-01, applied for by Andrew Van Norman, Puta Storage for the property located at 18830 Puta Lane, Middletown, APN 014-500-03, does meet the requirements of Section 56.5 of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and the development review be granted based on the findings and subject to the conditions included in the staff report dated June 8, 2023.
I'll second.
I hear a second. Commissioner Hess?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Commissioner Field?
Yes.
And I say yes as well. Motion passes.
Do we need to do a mitigated negative declaration as well?
There's just the one motion included in the staff report.
There's
Oh, no, excuse me.
major use.
Different staff reports.
No. I read the last one first, I apologize. Mitigated negative declaration, IS 22-13. I move that the Planning Commission find that potential impacts associated with this project can be mitigated to less than significant through the implementation of the mitigated negative declaration, IS 22-13, submitted by Andrew Van Norman, Puta Storage, for the property located at 18830 Puta Lane, Middletown, and further described in this motion, will not have a significant effect on the environment, and that the Planning Commission adopt initial study IS 22-13 with the findings listed in the staff report dated June 8, 2023.
Second.
Commissioner Hess?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Commissioner Fields?
Yes.
And I say yes as well. Motion passes.
I move that the Planning Commission find that the major use permit UP... Sorry. I move that the Planning Commission find that the major use permit UP 22-12 applied for by Andrew Van Norman, Puta Storage, for the property located at 18830 Puta Lane, Middletown, and further described in this motion, does meet the requirements of Section 51.4 of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and that the major use permit be granted based on the findings and subject to the conditions included in the staff report dated June 8, 2023.
I'll second.
Commissioner Hess?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Commissioner Fields?
Yes.
And I say yes as well.
Do I need
Motion
to do the third one again since I did it out of order, or are we okay?
Yeah, we did this.
I think you did the first one, then the second one, then the first one again, so I think we're okay, right?
I think you did the second one, the first one, and then the second
I
one.
think this item
I think
is
we're covered.
well and thoroughly
I
approved.
think I need more water or something.
We still have to have the development review approved.
Okay.
That's the third.
I move that the Planning Commission, I'm not normally so challenged here.
Oh, I see it.
I move that the Planning Commission find that the Development Review DR 22-01, applied for by Andrew Van Norman, Puta Storage, for property located at 18830 Puta Lane, Middletown, and further described in this motion, does meet the requirements of Section 56.5 of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and that development review be granted based on the findings and subject to the conditions included in the staff report dated June 8, 2023, and I apologize for my confusion.
I second it.
Commissioner Hess?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Commissioner Field?
Yes.
Aye as well. Note that the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-day calendar day appeal period. If there is a disagreement with the Planning Commission, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th day following the Planning Commission's decision on this matter.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to the next item. We might have to take a, yeah.
Let's at least get started on this too.
Yeah. All right, the next item is item, where is it? Oh, here it is. Consideration of proposed denial without prejudice for major use permit UP 20-86 for Ursa Valley LLC, located at 10905 Bachelor Valley Road, Witter Springs, APNs 002-046-15, 002-046-16, and 002-046-17 for approval of 12 acres of outdoor commercial cannabis cultivation due to inactivity.
Hello, this is Andrew Amlong, the Cannabis Program Manager. There's not a PowerPoint for this presentation. It's going to be pretty brief. I'm just going to refer to the memorandum submitted dated June 8th. Provides an executive summary of how this project has gone to the Planning Commission twice before. First on June 10th, 2021, and at the request of the applicants, it was continued, and then again on April 28th, 2022. Again, at the request of the applicants, it was continued. The initial major use permit application was submitted on October 10th, 2020 for the commercial cannabis cultivation of 12 acres of outdoor canopy. The application was deemed complete by staff and agency review was conducted and sent out on December 10th, 2020, along with an AB 52 notification to our local tribes. Comments were received, an initial study was completed and circulated on April 16th, 2021. The first time that the project went to the Planning Commission, it was asked to be continued. It was just ahead of Ordinance 3106. It was a few months ahead of Ordinance 3106 requiring hydrology reports and drought management plans. The applicants kind of saw this coming and they decided to go ahead and start working on that. That's why they didn't want to review it before they had that prepared. That was their first continuance. Around a year later, it was brought to Planning Commission again, but for personal reasons. I believe at the time the applicants had just had a baby, and so they were unable to attend the Planning Commission hearing that date. But since then, we've been informed by their consultant that they are pretty much no longer in business, and we haven't had any contact from them. Our current ordinance doesn't have a clear mechanism for closing these out, and since this was thoroughly reviewed, you can see the attachments from the previous staff report. However, the recommended action is that due to this prolonged inactivity, staff requests that the Planning Commission deny the major use permit UP 2086 for Ursa Valley LLC without prejudice, which would allow for the applicants to resubmit a use permit application at any time.
Thank you. Well, do we still have to open public comment for this item?
Yes, this item is like any other item that's brought before you. Your commission does have all of the same decision options that you would for any other item. You can approve the use permit, you can deny the use permit, you can ask for staff for clarification, you can continue. All of those are still an option for you. And it is an item brought before the commission as part of the agenda, so the same process would apply. So you would still go through comment period and consideration.
Okay, so.
And the project was properly noticed, so if the applicant wished to show up and asked to be continued, they're available.
Okay, so I'll open public comment. We'll take a look in the Zoom room.
There are currently no hands in the Zoom room.
I see no hands in the chambers, so I'll bring it back to the commission for action or discussion.
I move that we deny the major use permit UP 20-86 for Ursa Valley LLC without prejudice, allowing for the applicants to resubmit a permit application at any time.
Well, second.
Commissioner Hess?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Commissioner Field?
Yes.
And I say aye as well. Motion passes. Moving on to our next item. This item was continued from 5/25/2023. Consideration of proposed major use permit UP 20-95 Artemis Farms LLC and mitigated negative declaration IS 20-115 for permit approval that would allow for up to 653,400 square feet of outdoor commercial cannabis canopy with approximately 1,306,800 square feet of cultivation area located at I'm going to say it's 5200, 5500, 4960, and 4970 Bartlett Springs Road, and 7197, 15, I'm going to say North 11 Road, Lucerne, California, APN 004-018-07, 004-01819, 20, 22, 20, 33, 34, 35, 36, 004-028-21, and 22.
This is Andrew Amelong, the Cannabis Program Manager again. I was going to ask if we should get the applicants. I knew they were outside, but it looks like they're aware and they're coming in. I did want to touch upon the timing and a potential lunch break. Are we going to go ahead with the presentation, I guess, at this point?
That is up to the discretion of the chair.
We can continue with the presentation.
Okay. So the applicant, this is a presentation of UP 2095, an initial study 2115 for Artemis Farms LLC. The agenda for this review will cover the permit request, project scope, site description, project analysis, some aspects of interest, cumulative impacts, and then recommendations. The applicant is seeking approval of a use permit that would allow for up to 15 acres of outdoor commercial cannabis canopy, a self-distribution license, and a Type 4 nursery license. The project site is located approximately 1 mile north of the intersections of Highway 20 and Bartlett Springs Road between Nice and Lucerne. The site is accessed via shared private driveway access road that connects directly to Bartlett Springs Road and leads to the project site. The general plan designation for this location is rural lands. The base zoning district is also rural lands and is part of the Upper Lake Nice planning area. Community planning area. Parcels within the vicinity are zoned agricultural preserve and rural lands, as well as open space and some substandard older subdivision lots. It is in supervisory District 3. The two cultivation areas are located on top of the ridgeline of Hogback Ridge toward the north side of the ridge. Processing, storage, and ancillary structures are also located in this general area, while the nursery greenhouses are located in 40 Springs Valley below the cultivation area to the east. The proposed fenced-in cultivation area is approximately 15.15 acres, while the overall project would involve approximately 30 acres of ground disturbance. The applicants are pursuing approval of up to 15 acres of canopy area. However, through engineered site plans and the county's request to reduce program, the applicant plans to cultivate 5 acres of canopy in the first stages of the project. With rows and spacing factored in, the cultivation area can allow for up to 11.4 acres of canopy. However, the environmental analysis mitigated negative declaration covered for the project covers a scope of 15 acres, and the conditions of approval are based on 15 acres. The applicants would like the ability to cultivate up to 15 acres. The project includes a 48,000 square foot processing facility, a 4,950 square foot greenhouse nursery, a 14,300 square foot greenhouse nursery, a 22,000 square foot storage building, 18 5,000-gallon water tanks in stage 1, which will also be available for fire suppression, with at least one tank made of steel or fiberglass, and I would like to touch upon this issue towards the end of the presentation as well with an additional condition. And then in stage 2, there would be 3 50,000-gallon water storage tanks. Existing land uses include 1 cabin on parcel 004-01819. In the conditions of approval, this cabin will require an inspection from environmental health for its existing septic tank. They do not have it on record, so they would like to inspect it. There's also 1 existing well on parcel 004-01807 with a yield of 54 gallons per minute. 1 existing well on parcel 004-01807 with a yield of approximately 13.5 gallons per minute, and 1 existing well on parcel 004-02822 with an estimated yield of 30 gallons per minute. Access road shared, or the access to the property is a shared private driveway that connects directly to Bartlett Springs. The project analysis covered the Lake County General Plan, the Upper Lake Nice Area Plan, and the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, as well as state regulations. Chapters 3, 7, 8, and 11 were reviewed in relation to this project proposal. No conflicting policies with the general plan were identified. Aspects of the project that relate to these chapters were reviewed and found to conform to the direction of the general plan. The community area plan for Upper Lake and Nice was also reviewed. Sections 3.1.1A on erosion control, 4.41B on hazards and hazardous materials control, and 4.4.1G on chipping and composting as opposed to burning vegetative waste were also covered, and the project proposal meets those guidelines. In the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, Article 7 on rural lands as a base zoning district, as well as Article 37, the waterway combining district were reviewed, along with Article 27 for uses generally permitted. The project meets all of the requirements of these articles and is an allowable use through a major use permit according to Article 27, Section 13, subsection AT. A mitigated negative declaration was proposed with the CEQA environmental determination for the project. All identified impacts can be reduced to a less than significant with mitigation measures. A circulation period occurred between March 1st, 2023 to March 30th, 2023. The California Fish and Wildlife provided comments on the initial study, and additional mitigation measures were added to the conditions of approval to address concerns over wildlife habitat. Mitigations are outlined in the staff report, as well as the conditions of approval and the initial study. Some aspects of interest for the project, the access to the property, again, as stated before, is on a private access road that connects directly to Bartlett Springs Road. Road improvements and grading are planned to bring the road to Public Resource Code 4290, 4291 standards for commercial structures, and the new road will consist of crushed rock and gravel. In terms of tree and vegetation removal, tree, low shrub, and vegetation removal is needed and can be approved through a grading permit and less than 3-acre conversion exemption from the Department of Forestry. A large number of trees throughout the property were damaged in the Mendocino Complex fire, and many of which were down due to the winter storms caused by several atmospheric rivers over the past year. Current tree removal would include 47 pines, 27 oaks, and 6 Douglas firs. An oak mitigation plan was included in a tree survey memorandum and includes tree replacement of oak species at a 2-to-1 ratio. In terms of wildlife habitat, in response to the circulation of the initial study, We did receive those comments from Fish and Wildlife. There were concerns, some of which included bat roosting areas, Pacific fisher habitat, Humboldt martin habitat, and tricolored blackbird habitat. Additional conditions were added that include bat habitat surveys before and during tree downing, the addition of bat roosting boxes, mitigation measures to reduce artificial lighting, fugitive dust, and as well as mitigation measures to reduce noise impacts on wildlife. For the water analysis, the proposed project will obtain water from 3 existing groundwater supply wells. A water availability analysis and drought management plan was prepared according to the requirements of Ordinance 3106. The draft initial study and mitigative negative declaration took into consideration the maximum possible water use for 15 acres of canopy as a precautionary measure. Current estimates for water use consist of 11.5 acre feet per year for cultivation and 1.98 acre feet for the nursery, for a combined total of 13.48 acre feet per year. The project also proposes generator use. They pretty much propose generator use until PG&E electricity can be provided to the property. Article 27 prohibits the use of electric generator as a primary source of power for mixed light and indoor cultivation as well as manufacturing, but not for outdoor cultivation. Despite this, the original proposal for diesel fuel generators still poses a risk for significant environmental impacts, and conditions have been added that limit generator use to compressed gas with noise insulating features incorporated for wildlife habitat protection. The use of generators will be limited to 3 years to allow adequate time for PG&E connection, and if this is not possible for some reason, then the project will have to use solar energy. Before I move on to cumulative impacts, a couple of other aspects of interest that came up that are not in the presentation. One would highlight the fact that there is a nursery proposed in this project. Lake County currently does not have any Type 4 licensed cannabis nurseries available. It was brought up that currently across Northern California, roughly 90% of cannabis plants have been infected by the hop latent virus. It's actually a viroid. It comes from hops that they use for beer. Hops and cannabis are very closely related. It's not just Northern California. It's spread across most of the United States that is actively involved with cannabis cultivation. So having a local nursery where we can produce clones here, there's really a few centralized areas, parts of California, where the majority of the clones are coming from, and that is a key way for these viruses to be spread. Having our own local nurseries would help benefit our own local market and help prevent the spread of that virus.
I appreciate you speaking to that point about the pathogen.
Yes. So the nursery would be a first of its kind here in Lake County. Also speaking to the water tanks, I was discussing the requirements for a fire suppression water tank with the applicant yesterday. And, CAL FIRE requires a 2,500 gallon water tank that's made of steel or fiberglass. This project, as you can see, stage 1 has 18 5,000 gallon water tanks. Stage 2 has 3 50,000 gallon water tanks. That is a substantial amount of water to be stored. And as an additional condition of approval, I would like to require all of those water tanks in both stage 1 and 2 to have the 2.5 fire department connection hookups so that, while only one is required to be the dedicated fire suppression made of steel or fiberglass, in case of an emergency, roughly all of that water could be used for fire suppression for the project.
And those tanks are made of?
The other tanks, they do not have a requirement. A lot of
only
them.
one of them would be steel or fiberglass?
Right now, currently, only one of them is required to be, a fire-resistant material. So perhaps the applicants can speak more about the specific designs of their water tanks, but I would like to require that all of them be able to be hooked up to a fire hose in case of an emergency. Could turn the project into a bit of a fire hydrant. So, and moving on, in terms of cumulative impacts, Looks like I did not put notes here, but as you can just see, within a 3-mile radius, there is one approved project, actually two. That map reflects a pending project, but that was recently approved. So within 3 miles, there are 2 approved projects. Recommendations, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt mitigated negative declaration IS 2115 for use permit and UP 2095 with findings found in the staff report, as well as approving use permit 2095 with the proposed conditions of approval as amended with the new condition and with the findings found in the staff report. That concludes our presentation. I will open it up for questions and most likely defer most questions to the applicants.
Thank you, Andrew.
Oh,
Right.
There's one other factor. We do have a public comment, an e-comment that was submitted and not green sheeted. So when we open up public comments, I can read that on the commenter's behalf.
All right, so I'll be opening public comment. If the applicants would like to speak, you may. We do have 9 minutes before we have to go on break. So I don't know if you want to get the presentation done.
Can we ask questions first?
Oh, yes, go ahead. Maybe.
I just had a couple of questions. So in the COAs, there was something about subbing in permit holders. Is that a change in how we normally do things?
Which condition are you?
Oh, just have it in my notes. I didn't note where I saw it.
Generally, the use permit is tied to the land. And
Yeah, that's
permit-
what confused
permit
me about it.
holders. I mean, we do quite often as a department, we see applicants come in and request to transfer the use permit to a new permit holder.
So if it were transferred, there's an opportunity for reapplication, it sounds like. And then it mentions avoiding tree removal, but as I understand it, that doesn't have any legal strength. They're still proposing to remove all these trees.
Correct.
Yeah. That's all my questions. I just had a couple comments. I mean, I'm not opposed to this project. I'm not going to be able to be here after lunch, but I read the concerns of the Lucerne property owners, and I just wanted to say that although cartels are reputed to be running cannabis in the area, and this is kind of an answer to them, if someone attempts to achieve legal status, I think we should do everything to encourage them. And I think the only way to challenge illegal activity is to offer an avenue for legal competition. So I really support this. Having said that, I also hear Mike Lowenstein's opinion about the violation of CEQA and the comments of Cataldo Dutcher, as well as this Christopher Else. And I think that the county has a legal vulnerability here. I think this is such a huge project that it needs to go through CEQA. I would really like to support this project, but I think we really need a full EIR. And just the size, not to mention the location in a pristine setting. The main issue that I have is, I mean, there's lots of issues here. There's aesthetics, biological resources, hydrology, and wildflower that really concern me. But the biggest one for me personally is, you showed me these photographs of an already devastated forest. And those few trees that remain are the ones that are going to propagate new ones. And I don't think a ratio of 2-to-1 is adequate. And I think we've seen that in other studies where Quercus does not, they need 7-to-1. So those are my comments and questions. Thank you.
Seeing that we have 6 minutes before the break that staff has to take, would you still want to do your presentation, or would you rather wait? I think it'll be a 1-hour break.
I think maybe the best use of this time is to respond to a couple of the concerns that were just raised.
Sure.
And then Autumn can do the presentation after lunch.
Sounds good, yeah.
Hi, my name is Sarah Bodner, and I'm a consultant working on behalf of the applicant for this project. And I think that, the environmental concerns that you raised are worth addressing directly. And I want to, again, emphasize that we hired the preeminent biology firm in the state of California to do an objective analysis of this site. They've since been retained by the state of California to do all CEQA analysis for the state. So we went top tier on this because we want to make sure the science is good. And I think every single point you raised has been addressed and can be addressed in terms of looking at the exact impacts of this project. And we've got our CEQA attorney here who can talk about bigger projects don't always equal more impact. It's about the specific footprint that your project is going to have. And the truth is we're only going to touch a very small percentage of this property with the footprint of this project. It's 30 acres on 725, I believe, and the cultivation is only 11 acres of canopy, which is 1.5% of this parcel. So just to put this all in context, and when we talk about the oak mitigation specifically, I have become a little bit of an expert on this topic, trying to understand it after questions have come up around it. And the prevailing science from the University of California is a 2-to-1 ratio, because 1-to-1 is not seen as sufficient given the 50% failure of seedlings. So 2-to-1 is the prevailing scientific recommendation to ensure the success of the seedlings. And we've also got our biologists, I want to be brief, but we have our biologists here who can really geek out about this, and they're prepared to if there are more questions, that what contributes to the success of those seedlings is the care and the suitability of the terrain above all, and having the right stewards who are taking care of them. So the commitment to environmental stewardship, rock solid. I mean, this is a model project in terms of the standard of care that they're going to give to the land. It's going to go above and beyond the state of California regulations for pesticides and be organic equivalent. It's the best footprint you could ask. And I just want to note that Bobby Dutcher, who couldn't be here today, is the realtor, and he's seen this property flip a few times. It once ended up in the hands of many illegal growers who trashed it. And we'll talk about that later as we get into the discussion, but this is really a restoration project and also going to lead a very responsible cannabis cultivation. Water availability, the studies show that we have more than enough. The studies were done for that entire cultivation area, but the amount we're going to cultivate is significantly less than the whole cultivation area, and it's going to be phased in over time. Autumn will cover in more detail the drought mitigation measures and the water responsibility, but we've got our very brilliant director of cultivation here, Chris. And we were listening to the other hearings, and he said our use per plant is going to be closer to 0.5 to 2 gallons of water a day per plant. We believe we have an abundance of water for the cultivation methods we're going to utilize. Some of those older, higher numbers are based on when people used to grow in smart pots above the ground, and they were just like sponges. And so there was a lot of water wasting, but that was the old way before we had legalization and a more commercial or agricultural approach to how we grow. We've had to get smarter, we've had to get leaner because the black market prices are not there. And that also means being more responsible with our water use. In terms of the species, impact on species, big deal. And what happened is some of those comments that came out in that first round from the neighbors and CDFW were a little bit off the mark in terms of understanding the specific property. And Andrews followed up with the CDFW biologist, and only one of the 3 bird species that he raised actually inhabit this property. And the mitigation measures reflect the species that actually live there, concern about bats, and just surveying for nesting birds very thoroughly, having a certified biologist on site before we cut down a tree, look at it one day, look at it the next morning. This is what the conditions of approval say, to make sure that there's no sign of any nesting. If there is, we leave it alone. These are all conditions that we readily accept and understand. It's not about, cutting down a tree or not, but like, what are the impacts of cutting down that tree? Take it very seriously. The bats also, making sure they're not inhabiting the area, and then bat boxes, surveying. This is all about relationship with the land and monitoring to see what the impact is in a very hands-on way. Did I address all of them? Oh, one thing I didn't
I believe
mention.
our time is up.
Okay.
So we'll take that break and then we'll come back.
Yeah, can I just say one thing about solar before Maylee leaves? Because I know this was a big deal for you last week, and since we had this continuance, thank you, we had time. We got solar bids that show it's going to be cheaper than PG&E. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to take a 1 hour break, so we'll be back at 1:30. And we're back from our 1 hour break. So we'll continue with our item.
Yeah, there she is.
Yep, okay. And we are still on our item, which is was continued. Consideration of proposed major use permit, UP 20-95, Artemis Farms LLC, and mitigated negative declaration, IS 20-115, for permit approval that would allow for up to 653,400 square feet of outdoor commercial cannabis canopy with approximately 1,306,800 square feet of cultivation area located at 5200, 5500, 4960, and 4970 Bartlett Springs Road, and 7197, 15 and 11 Road, Lucerne, California. APNs is 004-018-07-19 or 19, 20, 22, 33, 34, 35, and 36, and 004-028-21 and 22. So we left off with a presentation. I think so, right? Yeah, so I'll be opening public comment.
After the presentation, or?
You're good to go, yeah.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you again for the continuance. I believe that we were able to go back and further mitigate some of the concerns with this project and make additional concessions. And since Andrew did such a good job with the presentation earlier, I'll flip through a lot of these slides, and then if we have questions or comments, we can always go back and revisit them. So this just explains the cultivation parcels, project parcels, and address. In the intro slide, you can go to the next one. So this is taken from the county GIS, and I just want to point out the initial proposition for this project was over 250 lots for homes initially proposed, and then it was vineyards, and then it went into 12 ranches or ranchettes to be parceled out and given to individual owners. Next one. And I just wanted to clarify some of the questions or comments. When we first started this project, there was a lot of confusion in the county on what was cultivation area, if aisles were included, if it was the entire fenced-in area. So what I did was put all three numbers on the map, and I realized that might have made it a little bit more confusing to absorb. So I just wanted to break out here that the fenced-in area around our project parcels is 5.2 acres on Area A, with the cultivation area being 3.48 acres, and that includes aisles. So we're actually cultivating probably 50% less than what's listed on the project, but we wanted to use the entire fenced-in area in case we change cultivation styles, our rows go a different way, that we would have enough licenses in order to do so. But the fact of the matter is we will be cultivating no more than 11.38 acres at any time, and that includes the aisleways, which is roughly 1.5% of the total land of the project. There's a 20-foot fire road around the entire project area within the fenced-in area for access. Next slide. Our initial study, mitigated negative declaration, was created by Montrose. Their biologists have made multiple visits to the property and have prepared a CEQA analysis for the basis of the ISM&D's findings. And I just want to point out again that Montrose has been retained by the state of California to consult on all CEQA cannabis policy.
making them the foremost leading experts on the subject of CEQA analysis in relation to cannabis cultivation and development projects. This is a big box firm. They are very reputable, so much so that the state of California has retained them. I do have biologists on the line today, so if you have any questions about the ISMND, they're happy to answer them. And then the Lake County Community Development Department, in addition, did a thorough vetting of their CEQA analysis and made their own determination. And then all of our documentation has been thoroughly reviewed and approved by our CEQA attorneys. Water conservation practices. Water is very important to us, and on our water availability analysis, we took into account the entire fenced-in area, not just the rows of cultivation. So the water use is actually substantially less than what we have in the report, but we wanted to make sure that we had enough water, and I think it's over and above what the requirement is, because it's not just our cultivation area, it's the entire project area. We have on-site state-of-the-art Davis weather stations. We have grow point soil-based moisture sensors in the soil to ensure that we're not delivering too much water to the plant and that it's drinking as much as the plant needs through its micro drip irrigation systems. We use organic mulch and composting, which also reduces water usage, as well as low-till or no-till agriculture. We have seasonal cover crops that we plant, and deficit irrigation strategies and introduction of native grasses and buffalo grass to the area. We took into account the drought monitoring system in our drought mitigation analysis and have covered all of the concerns and addressed if we get into an abnormally dry, moderate drought, severe drought, extreme drought, or exceptional drought, and we will make concessions to our irrigation strategy accordingly. Next one. This is more about the drought classifications. You can go. And then the native species, which I think Sarah touched on, and we have been in touch with CDFW, and I believe that they were satisfied with Andrew's responses. Only one of the 4 bird species identified inhabits the region. The conditions of approval recommend mitigated measures to survey for active nests within 500 feet of construction areas by a qualified biologist, implementing disturbance-free buffers near any nests. And these are all part of our conditions of approval with relation to native species. Our integrated pest management program includes that all pesticides will be approved by the California Department of Food and Agriculture. All licensed cannabis farms must go through rigorous testings that are over and above the standards of what's required for food and other consumable products. And so our IMP practices even go above and beyond that. We use a lot of essential oils, beneficial insects, and things of that nature to mitigate pest pathogens. So no heavy pesticides are used on the project. You flip to the next slide. We focus on GAP and OCAL certification. So OCAL is California's program that establishes and enforces comparable to organic standards, and it is recognized by the state of California. Because cannabis is federally illegal, we can't certify it as organic, but this is the equivalent of that, and we will implement that third-party process on our farms, as well as GAP standards, which stands for Good Agricultural Practices, which we can find on the next slide. So the components of GAP and Good Agricultural Practices focuses on legal, contamination prevention, identification, efficacy, production, sustainability, documentation and traceability, and hygiene. One of the main concerns that we go over and above is that the HLVD hop latent virus, viroid for cannabis, is probably one of the biggest things that is facing farmers today. And it can account for a 10 to 15% crop loss depending on what your viral loads are. And because a lot of the nursery stock comes in from the Central Coast, where it's just rampant with these nurseries, And you can see Dark Heart Nursery did research that involved over 200,000 tissue tests that concluded that 90% of cannabis in growing facilities are contaminated with HLVD. It is a systemic virus, and so it's not something that you can treat with a pesticide. You have to actually put it into tissue culture to mitigate that virus. So we would be one of the first nurseries in Lake County, or the first nursery, I believe, in Lake County. We will implement tissue culture on our project and move those into clean mother stock and test rigorously before distributing clones to the community. The other benefit is that most of the clones that we get come from the Central Coast, which is not acclimated to this climate. So the clones would actually be acclimated to the Lake County environment. So it benefits not only our own farm, but farms within the region as well. And all of our products run through our manufacturing facility that's currently licensed in Lower Lake. We implement a GMP standard in our manufacturing facility. It is we use several clean room technologies, including ISO 7 and ISO 8 when we're packaging products. And we create vape pens, packaged flowers, pre-rolls, rosin, and we give farmers here the ability to brand their own products, which is not currently available, so that they have the option to be more than just a wholesale market. And so that facility is set to come online in the fall of 2023 before the next harvest season. And I just want to thank you all for your consideration.
Seeing as public comment is still open, do we have any hands in the Zoom room?
There is one hand in the Zoom room. Lance W., you are now allowed to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Hi there, this is Lance Williams. I just wanted to voice my opinion that I would love to see this project come to fruition. I have a property that is above this one on Bartlett, and since they've taken over, the Bartlett Springs Road has been quite cleared of trash, homelessness, and they upkeep everything. I was also looking at some of the stats in that area. So this leads right into the National Forest. There's roughly, I think, 960,000 acres there. So when I've heard these arguments of, well, you know, there could be some environmental problems. Well, there's a reason why there's 1 million acres that is set aside for this. And there aren't really any neighbors there, as this project was already, proposed at 250 houses. I don't see any environmental impacts really coming through. And I think if you went up the road, Bartlett, and then you went down, you'd see how much wildlife and how much open space there is. So as a neighbor, I would just like to say, I hope you do approve this project. I think she is a good actor, and I don't think there's been any problems, as she has stated, with her licenses in the county. So, and that would be multiple licenses. So I hope you take the time to quickly approve this. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another hand in the room?
Participant in Zoom room, Jennifer Smith, you are now allowed to talk, and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Jennifer Smith. Really wanted to offer my support for this project. These are the type of projects that, that myself and the LCCA will support. It's in the right zoning. This is an outstanding participant in the community. One of the best parts about this project is that Autumn and her team can really fulfill the entire processing from the plant start to the end package going to retail. She already has that processing facility. We know she's got the ability to process everything that she grows, and that's essential. It's essential that that there's a thorough pipeline for the product coming off that farm. Her projects are first class in nature. We continue to be recognized as a premier growing region, and we're attracting, professional operators like this. And these are the types of projects that we should get behind and support because they support our community as a whole with jobs and reinvestment in the community. And I hope that you will consider approving this project. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have another one? Okay.
Participant in Zoom room, Richard Durham, you are now allowed to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This is Richard Durham. Yeah, I just was going to throw credit or reference that these people are awesome. They already have their place on Highway 29. We need professional growers and professional people in the industry, and this is about the utmost you can get. And I throw my full approval behind it. I think that we would be happy to have them as leaders in the cannabis industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There are no more participants in the Zoom room.
Now we'll take hands in the chambers, whoever wishes to speak. Just please state your first and last name.
Good afternoon. I'm Pam Harpster. I'm with Management Connections, and I'm a staffing agency. I'm not, but I run a staffing agency here in Lakeport. And I've been working with Autumn and her team for quite a while since they got started over there at Alchemy 29. And I have to say, what a pleasure it is to work with them. I think that Lake County right now has gone through a great deal in navigating and working through this, the process of dealing with cannabis. I think that we're in an amazing place right now where we can actually start to benefit from all the taxations and everything that comes from that. Our earth is, making it, the growing here amazing for our grapes and for the cannabis, which is awesome. But I come here actually representing the workforce. What I love about any kind of manufacturing and agricultural jobs is one job creates 6 jobs. And what they are offering is year-round employment with livable, sustainable wages. And they're fair, their practice is above stellar. I run a background check. I make sure that they are legal, they can work legally in the United States, and I'm really happy to do so. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Bobby Dutcher in Lakeport, and I already exhausted my 1,000 characters in e-comment, so you guys know my background with the property here. So that is, that's a huge concern, is having to, if you turn this down and they don't want it anymore, they want to get the highest and best return from it, they'll have me sell these off in parcels again. And I already went through that once, and we went up all these black market growers or people, once they find out what the building standards are, they decide they're not going to do that. They just put up shacks or they drag trailers up there or live in tents. I mean, it's a disaster. And like Lance just said, if you drive up Bartlett Springs Road, especially if you're really paying attention to binoculars and you start looking at everything you see, that's exactly what you'll see is just trailers and junk cars, and it never turns out good. So another problem, like I was in forestry for 20 years before I became a real estate broker, and this tree planting thing, this is, everybody does it because it makes them feel better. But now there's a scramble to find seedlings. So you don't know where you're going to be getting these things. So if you want to replace ponderosa pines or black oak, did it come from Idaho or Oregon or Susanville or Bishop, or, where did it come from? The seed zones are never matched because you're really limited to where you can get them. So it's almost as bad as bringing in an invasive species. You go out there, you bring a tree that doesn't belong there, even though it might be a ponderosa pine or a black oak, and then you plant it out in some opening. So that's a good place for a tree. No, if a tree was supposed to be there, nature would have put it there. So our property burned in the fire, 5 years ago, 6 years ago. We just left it alone. So the hardwoods come up, and now all these seedlings have shade, but they're native, they're natural. So we didn't plant a single tree on it, but the forest is taking care of itself. So again, it seems to be like a trendy thing. I'll make them plant 7 trees. Well, you're planting 7 bad trees or 2. No matter what you make them plant there, if it was me, I wouldn't plant any. Just let nature do it, and they will plant the amount of trees that should be there will be there, and it will be native trees to that area, and they will be acclimated to the area. So I was also licensed for archaeology work, and I've sold this ranch like say 4 times. I've been all over it for 20-something years. It's called 40 Springs Valley. There's water all over this thing, and almost every one of these springs has got an archaeological site by it. So no one's ever gone out there and studied it and recorded the sites and everything, but I've been all over it and found them. So, Autumn's group they're going to have their footprint. It's already been carefully studied. There's no sites there. If you have me or someone else sell all 10 of these parcels off to whoever, usually they find, oh, here's a great place next to the spring. They'll bulldoze these off. They'll put their trailers or whatever. Then they just thrash these archaeological sites. On this property, that's never happened, and I really hope it doesn't. So I think the property couldn't be in better hands. If you want to turn it down and I get to sell these off again, I've made hundreds of thousands of dollars selling this ranch. I mean, I'll go do it again. I'll be more than happy to help take you up on that. But, nothing would make me happier than you put me out of business with this ranch and leave it in these hands and let these people be the stewards. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Erin McCarrick, City of Clear Lake. I run a distribution company out there, and I'm the vice president of the Lake County Cannabis Alliance. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioner Brown, for hearing this again as it's been continued. I'm just voicing my support not only for this project, but also for Autumn and her crew. They are dedicated, tenacious, and planned. And I think that is key to set them apart from many other applicants and many other growers, either in traditional or legal market. This group has stuck it out throughout the years and years and years, going through every iteration of the CDD, every iteration of consultants and planners and everything. They have had a vision, stuck to it, abided by all the rules and regulations. And if there is something that a commissioner or a public member wants to see, they're more than happy to address that, more than happy to address be it environmental, be it cultural, be it tribal, be it, within the society, within the cannabis community. They've done that. So the presentation speaks for itself. So I'm just speaking on behalf of their dedication, commitment to the community and to this project and to the future cannabis industry in this county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Cynthia Rodriguez. I'm a fellow resident of Lakeport, and I'm currently the office manager at Alchemy 29. I am here today to read you a letter on behalf of Jim Fetzer, who could not be here. Make myself taller. There we go. Careful, I like these things. There we go. Honorable Commissioners, I am a longtime resident and business owner here in Lake County, and I write this letter as a former landowner of the property you are considering for this use permit, 20-95. I am also the current owner of Ciago, a sustainable vineyard which is located across the highway from this location. What happens with this property matters to me. As a neighbor and as someone who loves the land, I originally acquired the property in 2004 with potential plans to plant it as a vineyard. I decided to sell it in 2006, which I later regretted. It was occupied by illegal growers who had no regard for the land or the law. They put trailers on the property, and there were piles of discarded supplies and trash. I bought it back in 2009 to clean it up and restore it, and held onto it for a long time to keep it out of the wrong hands. Selling it to the right person was the most important thing to me. When Autumn approached me, I knew she was that person. I sold it to her in 2020 and have had a good working relationship with her for a few years now. She has contracted with my crew to maintain the trails, clear felled trees, and keep an eye on the property. I entrust Autumn to be a good steward of the forest and run a lawful and professional operation, and look forward to having her in the neighborhood. I encourage you to grant her the use permit. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Jim Fetzer. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers would like to speak before I bring it to the Zoom room for one last check?
There are no hands raised in the Zoom room.
Okay, so I'll be closing public comment and bringing it back to the commission for further questions.
Mr. Chair, I have no further questions. Comment, though, I was pretty vocal at the last meeting about generators and et cetera. And I really appreciate this additional document that clarifies in terms of your intent, but also in terms of the conditions of approval. And I'm prepared to support this project.
I don't have any questions, just a few comments. I definitely, in reviewing the documents, agree that this is an operation that's compatible with the land use. But one of the things I continue to hear, and this is just not in comment not directed at anybody specifically, but one of the things I'd like to acknowledge and for future operators to come in and do their due diligence, please contact also the local tribes biologists. One of the things that I notice that gets overlooked is a lot of the traditional medicinal plant uses that with this size of land usually get impacted because they're not of significant species or they're not protected, they're not on any list of endangerment, but they have to be acknowledged. And so it's important, and if the tribes don't respond back, that's up to them. But I do encourage the diligence and reaching out because there's a lot of information out there on that plant use, how the plants are traditionally and still used in modern times for medicines. And one of the comments that really I don't take offense to, but sometimes it's important to understand is that my ancestors maintained and practiced prescribed burning of this land. So that's why this land is so fertile. And it's important to acknowledge that, and I don't ever see that acknowledged anywhere, any comments in regards to biologists acknowledging the tribal use of this lands, but it's important to understand that good stewards are critical in projects, and so I recognize that we have a good steward, and I support this project, but I just wanted to make that known and just share that thought because it's not really something I hear or that is acknowledged. And I know CAL FIRE is in talks and in partnership with the tribes on prescribed burning, and there's actually programs that are actively happening so we don't have the wildfires that we did in past. So it's just a comment not directed at nobody, but I wanted to say and put out. But at this time, I'm ready to support this project as well.
Thank you for that comment.
Chair, it's Christina, Commissioner Price, District 4. I don't have any questions, but I'm in support of this project as well and excited to see it come to fruition.
So, thank you, Christina. I guess we're ready for action.
Yes, I'll go ahead and make the motion. So I move that the Planning Commission find that major use permit UP 20-95 or for Artemis Farms on property located at 5200 Bartlett Springs Road, Nice, APN 004-018-33, 004-018-34, 004-028-21, 004-018-36, 004-018-07, 004-018-35, 004-028-22, 004-018-19, 004-018-20, 004-018-22 will not have a significant effect on the environment as mitigated in an approved mitigated negative declaration IS 2115 based on findings listed in the staff report dated March 30th. Should be dated today, or as we're doing the date from the 30th.
Today's date.
Today's date, 2023.
Second?
Commissioner Hess?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Commissioner Field is absent. I say yes as well. Motion passes.
Okay, I move that the Planning Commission approve major use permit UP 20-95 for Artemis Farms on property located at 5200 Bartlett Springs Road, Nice, APN 004-018-33, 004-018-34, 004-028-21, 004-018-36, 004-018-07, 004-018-35, 004-028-22, 004-018-19, 004-018-20, 004-018-22, based on the findings and subject to the conditions listed in the staff report dated with today's date, June 8th, 2023.
Second?
Commissioner Hess?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Commissioner Field is absent, and I say aye as well. Note that the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-day calendar day appeal period. If there is a disagreement with the Planning Commission, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th day following the Planning Commission's decision on this matter. And moving on to our next item, item 8. Consideration of proposed, am I in the right? Oh, wait, sorry. Public hearing continued from May 25th, 2023. Consideration of general plan conformity determination, GPC 23-01 and categorical exemption, CE 23-13 for acquisition of property for a future public park located at 16540 State Highway 175, Cobb, APN 013-056-04. The applicant is Lake County Public Services Department.
Hello and good afternoon, Commissioners. Catherine Schaefer's Resource Planner. So today I am going to be presenting a GPC, General Plan of Conformity. This is just for the acquisition of the land. This does not include a CEQA analysis of the project, which is not here yet. Okay, so the Lake County Public Services Department has identified a potential parcel for the public park in the Cobb Mountain Planning area. The department is proposing to purchase the approximately 12.88, just under 13-acre property. Pursuant to Government Code Section 65402, before the county can purchase property, a determination of conformity with the Lake County General Plan must be made by the Planning Commission. It should be noted that due to the funding deadline for purchase of the property, this determination of conformity is only for the acquisition of land and does not include the general plan of conformity determination for construction of park buildings, structures, etc., under a full CEQA analysis. The recommendation for this determination will be scheduled at a future Planning Commission meeting. Under the CEQA Class 16 categorical exemption, the acquisition of land in order to establish a park where the land is in a natural condition, and that the management plan for the park has not been prepared, is categorically exempt from CEQA. So that would be the environmental determination for today. Okay, so the zoning where this is located would be rural lands, rural residential, suburban reserve, and community commercial. The location of this park is in the Cobb Mountain Planning area. It is just a little ways away from the intersection of 175. And as the point of the presentation today is that general plan of conformity, I'll just take you through a few of the general plan policies and goals and see how this matches up. So under Chapter 3, Land Use Element, LU1, that is to encourage the overall economic and social growth of the county while maintaining its quality of life standards. We have LU 1.3 and 1.4 as policies. 1.3 states the county shall prevent the intrusion of new incompatible land uses into existing community areas. And 1.4, the county shall recognize each community as an important asset to the county and seek to strengthen and revitalize all communities. So for this parcel, the land uses surrounding are predominantly rural and low-density residential, with a large rural residential 34-acre parcel to the north that is currently developed as a golf course, and planned development commercial parcels to the west. The introduction of a park to this area would conform to the existing uses surrounding the proposed parcel and would provide a central point for the Cobb community to recreate. Per the Cobb Mountain Area Plan, historically, the Cobb Mountain area has been the center of a variety of recreation activities, including outdoor pursuits such as hot springs resorts, hunting, and fishing. However, no county-owned park or recreation facilities have been developed in the area. Overall, there is a need to rejuvenate both the area's private resorts and develop more public park and recreation opportunities in the Cobb Mountain area. So this acquisition would allow the county to assess the impacts of providing a park to the Cobb community at this location. By recognizing the need for a park in the Cobb Mountain area, the county is also recognizing this community's value as an important asset. LU7, Goal LU7, Land Use 7 was also analyzed, sub-policy 7.4. So the county shall ensure that new development respects Lake County's heritage by requiring that development respond to its context, be compatible with traditions and character of each community, and develop in an orderly fashion which is compatible with the scale of the surrounding structures. So, per the Cobb Mountain Area Plan, a larger park is needed to serve area growth. The National Recreation and Park Association, NRPA, acreage standards for determining park and recreation facilities in specific areas are used for planning community-oriented parks as well as regional facilities. As a general rule, these standards provide that 2.5 acres of park site be developed for every 1,000 people in the service areas. And according to these standards, the Cobb Mountain area is in need of at least one neighborhood or wayside park, and eventually a 5 to 20 acre community park to serve area growth. So the purchase of this parcel would allow an analysis of the potential for a park site in the Cobb area to commence. Our final analysis with the general plan comes from Chapter 9, Open Space, Conservation, and Recreation. Policy OSC 6.3 has various recommendations for size, location for a potential park. And so if you'd like to take a look at the staff report, they're all listed there, but I won't list them out here. The response here, though, is that the parcel is located in an area that hits all of these. So it's approximately 1,500 feet to the south of the intersection of Highway 175 and Bottle Rock Road, which is a major transit point in the Cobb Mountain planning area. Per the 2006 traffic volume forecast, approximately 3,320 cars drove west through the intersection in a 12-hour period. Once again, this is pulled from the Cobb area plan. Directly to the north of this intersection is a retail area containing Hardisters, as well as Mountain High Coffee and Books and other services. We also have community commercial zone parcels in the area, including the Cobb Pacific Gas Station, the Water District, and the South Lake County Fire Protection District. Also, a post office is in the area as well. So this would be a centrally located place where many people in the community would drive through to get to various services in the area. The proposed parcel is just shy of 13 acres in size and would fit within the prescribed acreage range for the requirements. So the Cobb area plan, as designated by the Lake County General Plan, is large. It is 73.5 square miles, and the population estimate in 2006 was 4,700, assuming a low 3% growth rate. In the year 2023, that growth rate would translate to approximately 7,766 persons, with a level of service standard of 5 acres per 1,000 residents. The Cobb Mountain planning area is due for the introduction of a public park, and the acquisition of this parcel would match the locational requirements as identified in this section of the general plan. As far as the environmental review, once again, the activity only involves a determination concerning the consistency of the purchase of the land with the county's general plan. Accordingly, there is no potential for this approval resulting in any significant physical change to the environment, either directly or indirectly, and is not subject to CEQA review. No management plan has yet been proposed. Therefore, staff recommends the Planning Commission, after reviewing the agenda report and receiving evidence at this public meeting, finds that the location, purpose, and extent of the proposed property acquisition is in conformance with the Lake County General Plan pursuant to Government Code Section 65402. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Catherine. So I'll open public comment just to see if anybody in chambers wishes to speak. We'll take a look in the Zoom room.
No hands raised in the Zoom room.
All right, seeing none, so I'll close public comment and bring it back to the commission.
Seems pretty straightforward to me, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
I have no questions.
Commissioner Price, do you have any questions or?
My computer cut out. Did we make a motion?
No motions are made yet.
Okay. I could try to bring it up and read it, unless someone else is prepared more than I am.
Happy to, Christina.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I move that the Planning Commission find that the analysis of consistency with the Lake County General Plan to acquire land for the establishment of a park is not subject to CEQA because it falls within Section 15316A of the State CEQA Guidelines, Division 6 of Chapter 3 of Title 14 of the California Code of Regulations as a Class 16 categorical exemption.
Second.
Commissioner Hess,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Field is absent, and I also say aye as well.
I move that the Planning Commission find that the acquisition of land as proposed by Lake County Department of Public Services is in conformity with the Lake County General Plan.
I'll second.
Commissioner
I'll
Hess.
second.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Price,
Aye.
Commissioner Field is absent, and I say aye as well. Motion passes. Note, the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7 calendar day appeal period. If there is a disagreement with the Planning Commission's recommendation, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day following the Commission's final determination. Moving on to our item number 9. Consideration of amendment MMU 23-02 to mitigated negative declaration IS 1909 and modified use permit conditions for the Red Hills Bioenergy Project, UP 19-05. Location is 7130 Red Hills Road, Kelseyville, APN 009-021-07. Applicant is Scotts Valley Energy Corporation.
Hello, Commissioners. Once again, this is Catherine Schaefer's Resource Planner. And today, for this item, I will be presenting an amendment and also an addendum. These are both to the Red Hills Bioenergy Project. Oh, wait. All right, so on the agenda today, we're going to go through the project's location, and since this does have a little bit of a background, it's a project that was approved by the Planning Commission back in 2020, so we'll go through that a little bit. And then we'll go through the revised project's proposal, the amendment rationale, why we're doing an amendment today, the project analysis, and then concluding with our recommendation. Right, so project location. This project is located in Kelseyville at the intersection of Highway 29 and Red Hills Road. Due to its proximity to the highway, a portion of the 34-acre parcel to the north is zoned highway commercial. That's about 10.5 acres of this 34-acre parcel. The remaining acreage to the south is zoned rural residential. It is within this latter designation where the project is to occur. Since the parcel is split zoned, the southern rural residential zoning designation would apply to the project site, along with the subzoning of the scenic mining district. So that star is an approximation, if you're looking at the PowerPoint, of where the project is located. So you can see it is below that highway commercial zone. It's in the rural residential. All right, so here's a little bit of the project's background, the approved project. So on April 23rd, 2020, the Planning Commission approved this project under Major Use Permit 1905. The project was subsequently appealed to the Board of Supervisors, which was then who then approved the project on August 18th, 2020. The project CEQA determination was then challenged in the Superior Court, wherein all parties reached an agreement that necessitated minor project changes and additional conditions of approval. The green sheet that you have with you today will outline those additional conditions. The applicant subsequently applied for an amendment to their permit under Section 60.33, Amendments to the Permit, of the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, with project changes included in the project description, which is Attachment 3, and site plan, which is Attachment 1. The originally approved project entailed a small-scale bioenergy production facility using the ARTIS system. And actually, I'm going to jump you to the next slide so you can see the changes between the approved project and then the revised project, which is today. So once again, the originally approved project entailed a small-scale bioenergy production facility using the ARTIS system, located within a fully enclosed 40-foot by 50-foot, 2,000-square-foot building. The ARTIS system has no open flame components and is a sealed system which uses programmable electric heaters to achieve optimal temperatures. Woody biomass would then be fed into the system and heated to a level that reduces the biomass to a gas known as syngas and a solid byproduct known as biochar. So that ARTIS system would not change for this amended project, so that system would remain the same. In addition to the indoor ARTIS system processing, there would be a storage area approximately 28,000 square feet in size to house and process the production plant's woody biomass. The woody biomass would be incoming from PG&E's line clearance program. As of 2019, the applicant had entered into an agreement with PG&E to store and ship the program's forest material. This is once again a description of the approved project back in 2020. 20-foot wide travel lanes would encircle the building for access via maintenance trucks and personnel. 2 20-foot wide lanes would parallel the south side and eastern sides of the outdoor storage area. There would be a hammerhead T at the northern end of the east lane to accommodate the turning around of the approximately 2 to 5 deliveries per day of this forest material. The plant would operate 24 hours per day, shutting down once per week for maintenance. 1 full-time employee would operate the facility. So under the revised project, with the elimination of the outdoor storage area, so that means that 28,000 square foot outdoor storage area is now going to be removed. Only indoor processing with that ARTIS system would remain. Biomass material deliveries would occur no more frequently than 1 truckload per day. The biomass would be backed in and the material unloaded within the building structure. The biomass would then be transferred to the ARTIS unit's hopper, where the pyrolysis and gasification technology under the approved project would remain the same. So if we take a look at the chart here, as you can see, the major changes are highlighted. It's mostly a reduction in activities. The biggest change would probably be the movement of the project. Originally, it was 140 feet east of Red Hills Road. It is now being moved further west by 20 feet, so it's 180 feet east of Red Hills Road. The removal of the outdoor storage area is also significant change to the project, but not significant under CEQA, as we'll get into later. The travel lanes around the building will remain the same. The hammerhead turnaround has been removed, as well as the travel lanes bordering the now non-existent processing area. And a quick note, none of this project has been built yet. So even though it was approved in 2020, construction has not taken place. Okay, so under the revised project, there are 3 additional conditions of approval. That's the green sheet item that you have today. The green sheet reflects the minor wording changes that were inserted into the conditions. For example, one of the conditions, and you can see this in, I believe it's attachment 6, proposed project modifications. One of the conditions was still describing that the outdoor storage area would be reduced instead of eliminated. So we corrected that because the actual project description that was given to our department had the elimination entirely of this area. So that was reflected in the conditions. All right, so amendments in our zoning ordinance are covered under Article 60.33. Pursuant to this article, by changing some of the project's uses and structures and including new conditions, the permit qualifies for an amendment and the granting of new use permit conditions pending approval by the Planning Commission. As is mentioned here on the slide, this is a direct quote from our article. The project must undergo the same procedure for adoption, which in this case would include an evaluation for consistency with the Lake County General Plan, the Rivieras Area Plan, and the zoning ordinance, as well as an environmental analysis pursuant to CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. All right, so starting with the general plan. So the land use element was again taken as the primary thing to compare against, specifically goal LU5, which is to promote the development of industrial uses, among other things. The policy here would be compatibility with surrounding land uses. That policy states the county shall ensure that appropriate industrial and heavy commercial sites will not result in significant harmful impacts to adjacent land uses. In addition, sites should be designed to prevent the intrusion of incompatible uses into industrial zoning areas. So the project's land use in the form of a bioenergy plant is an allowed use with an approved use permit in the rural residential zoning district. The project's approved and revised use permit has been analyzed for significant harmful effects on the environment and to adjacent land uses, both with the original mitigated negative declaration and with the addendum that's in the attachments for today. Policy LU 5.5 access was also analyzed. And in response to that, the project's parcel location is directly adjacent to State Route 29, with the project site approximately 900 feet south of the intersection between State Highway 29, which is a principal arterial road, and the rural minor collector Red Hills Road. To enter the project site, traffic would be routed either north or south along Red Hills Road. So both of these show that the project is in conformance. With the Rivieras Area Plan, we also have some analysis here. Objective 3.52A states that to take measures to protect and enhance the scenic resources in the Rivieras planning area. With a policy 3.5.2B, the siting of structures must not only reflect appropriate setbacks, but also consider the rural vista. Buildings should complement and not block views. So as per the approved project's initial study, the applicant provided a visual impact assessment windshield survey with photographs of the project site from various vantage points. This windshield survey was presented at the Planning Commission meeting back in 2020. Due to the distance and vegetation, the proposed project would not be visible from State Route 29. In the approved project, the building would be located 140 east of the rural two-lane Red Hills Road, which is accessed primarily by motorists, as there are no paved shoulders to accommodate pedestrians. By relocating the building an additional amount of feet to the east, 40 feet to the east, the revised project would further diminish the project's visual impact from Red Hills Road, so it would be going further away. All right, so the second objective is to apply measures which protect life and property from fires. Policy 4.31A, fire protection standards. So in the revised project description, there was a point made that defensible space was going to be considered and become part of the project. It would be maintained around the project with 40 feet of defensible space on the north and west sides, 40 feet on the south side, and around 60 feet on the east side. The revised project would still include water storage tanks and electrical service. The proposed operation would require electrical service, which would be delivered from a PG&E utility pole located on Red Hills Road. An overhead line will connect to a utility pole that will be situated on the west side of the parcel. Additionally, the revised project's conditions of approval includes a requirement for adherence to all California fire codes, including 4290 and 4291. So the conditions of approval that you have in front of you not only include those updated conditions from the litigation, those are the original conditions from the approved use permit. So nothing else has changed from there, except for the date, which would be today. Right, so going on to the zoning ordinance, the base zoning is rural residential. Like I said, the parcel is split zone, so at the north is highway commercial, but that won't be analyzed today because that designation does not apply to the project site. So we'll be taking a look at rural residential and then the scenic combining, which is under that rural residential designation. So pursuant to Article 27 of the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, there are a variety of commercial or industrial uses permitted in the rural residential zoning district upon securing a major or minor use permit, including a power generation facility. So this is definitely allowed here. Under the scenic combining district, the proposed commercial industrial use is located in an appropriately zoned area of the county, as the surrounding parcels range in size from approximately 5 acres to greater than 400 acres in size and are developed with commercial and agricultural uses and ranchette-style single-family dwellings. Additionally, the proposed infrastructure would be designed to be situated in a manner including the use of earth tones to neutralize the color and to help minimize the visual impacts while using the natural topography. All right, and then our last analysis would be the environmental one. So this is the big one. So this project does have an addendum to the initial study that was written. So by going through this, and I'll try and make this very brief, it'll show that the impacts associated with this project will be actually less than the original project itself. So in the state CEQA guidelines, section 1564 pertains to minor changes to a mitigated negative declaration. In this section, an addendum to an approved mitigated negative declaration decision is allowed to be prepared if only minor technical changes or additions are necessary, or conditions that would require additional mitigations are not found. Here, the county has opted to prepare an addendum to assess the reductions, minor changes, and project relocation, and has subsequently found that little to no change with respect to the environmental impact conclusions of the original mitigated negative declaration would result, and that there would be no new significant environmental effects. Recommendations. So staff recommends the Planning Commission find that the addendum prepared for the adopted mitigated negative declaration, as supported by Initial Study 1909, meets the requirements of Section 15164 of the State CEQA Guidelines, California Code of Regulations, Title 14, Chapter 3, and that no additional environmental review need be prepared for the relocation of and minor changes proposed for the revised project. And secondly, to approve the amendment, which would be MMU 2302, for the UP 1905 Red Hills Bioenergy Project with the following findings and conditions. Number one, this amendment is consistent with the County of Lake General Plan, Zoning Ordinance, and Riviera's Area Plan. And number two, that there has been no substantial change in circumstances resulting in new significant environmental impacts that were not addressed in the approved 2020 mitigated negative declaration. All right, so that concludes my presentation, and I will be happy to take any questions.
So I kind of have a question, I guess, regarding, I've never seen a plant like this before.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of curious as to, they throw the biomass in there and produces energy and.
Sure, yeah, so I was very curious about this one too. So what happens here, and I'll do my best, but so a plant like this, it's renewable and sustainable energy, so it's not just forest material that it can take, but any kind of biomass. So, I'll just speak into the microphone here. This can be municipal waste, forestry, extra forestry material, agricultural products. And so what happens is that you have this this biomass delivered to the site. If it's chipped or unchipped, it has to get down to a specified, I guess, minimum threshold for it to go into the hopper of this system. And so once it is in this minimum size, it's then put into, let's see if I can do this correctly. I might have to refer to the applicant. But once it goes into the artist system, it's it gets, what is it? It's like, it undergoes pyrolysis, which is kind of like it's heated to the point where it makes gas. And so there is a subproduct that's produced from that. It's called biochar, and that can be sold for agricultural processes. But the syngas is what is produced. And that, I think it's something like 99.9% hydrogen, and that can be used as a gas that can then power, I guess, the operation itself and use for renewable energy. So in a nutshell, that's what it is. Yeah.
I saw that it, once it produces an excess amount of energy, then the PG or what was it? Some post that's
syngas?
No, they can send it back into the grid, because I know that there's a plant really like across the street from them, next to Kids Corner.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious as to how they're going to be connected, or if they're going to be selling that energy back to that plant.
I don't know if they're going to be selling that to the plant next door, but I know that it can be sold. So I think a question like that would be a great question for the applicant.
Is the applicant here? So I'll open up public comment if the applicant wishes to say a few words.
He's been here all day.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tom Jordan. I'm the CEO for the Scotts Valley Energy Corporation. Let me see if I can expand on Catherine's description. The material that we use is primarily forest material. We can use multiple materials. We tend to keep away from biomass that's a waste material because of the wetness of the material. We like material that's only 20-25% moisture content. Wood is a primary function of that. Any carbon-based material can be used to be broken down. So as she's indicated, it is chipped down to a very small size, smaller than a pellet stove size matter or pellet. It's even smaller than that. The material is auger fed into the closed cylinder that she's described as the artist unit. That artist unit is sealed. It heats to 600 degrees Celsius. That heating at that level breaks it down into the two products that she's indicated, the syngas and the biochar. The syngas is then a flammable gas. It is used to drive gensets. The gensets then generate electricity. We have a 15-year PPA agreement, power purchase agreement with PG&E to purchase that energy generated at the site at a secured rate for a 15-year period of time. So it doesn't go directly to the transfer station or the substation that PG&E has down the road across on the north side, but it feeds into that 12 kilovolt line that they have running all the way up Red Hills Road. So that's the simple function of the process that is contained. The biochar, as she's indicated, is a soil amendment. When we use biochar as a soil amendment, the whole process is carbon negative because we are sequestering carbon, pure carbon, back into the environment, into the ground, where it is used as a soil amendment to both contain water and to process materials or chemical materials like phosphorus and potassium and nitrogen. We can also use it for other materials or other products. It's used in the health industry. N95 mask has a level of biochar in them. The cosmetics industry uses biochar. I was just over at the dollar store, and there now is a Colgate toothpaste which has biochar in it because it's a cleaning or filtration system. So it has multiple purposes. It is a commodity that we intend to sell as addition to the selling directly wholesale to the PG&E through their line. So that's why you have the pole is adjacent to our property. On Red Hills Road, there will be a second pole as described in the report that brings the connection to our system. I think that answers all the questions that you had.
Yeah, that was a good description of the system. That's interesting, to see. Just another question, I guess. These facilities, you can pretty much put them anywhere, right? Or why was it this location the spot to do it at?
Well, as they say in business, location. And so this is a location because, one, it is the only piece of fee land that the Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians is actually the property owners of. So we had the land. Second, it is next to a large power distributions wiring system or wheeling system as it's used in the industry, which is the 12 kilovolt system. And that system can thirdly accept additional alternative power, whether it come from solar, whether it come from geothermal, whether it come from wind, or whether it comes from a bioenergy plant. So those are the three conditions that make this site available. Our units are small because we're looking at a distributive system as opposed to what the state of California one time wanted was a 30 megawatt biomass generation system. And the problem with that is the transportation of the biomass material is such a huge footprint that the carbon footprint doesn't pencil out and the cost of transporting doesn't pencil out. There's a plant like that trying to be put in place up in Sierra County, and they're running into the same problem. The footprint is too wide for the transportation costs. So we like the second thing, which is location of the material. We're putting in a major use permit that'll come before your board, your commission sometime, hopefully this year, for a centralized wood processing campus in Upper Lake, where we will actually process the wood material coming out of the forest and the woodland urban interface called the Woolly, which a clerk is working on in creating material. So we're looking at the material coming from Lake County, used in Lake County, turning it into a viable commercial product. So this is non-commercial quality material. It's not commercial grade timber that would come out of the forest that would go to the lumber companies and the lumber yards.
Thank you. Any questions? So we'll just check the Zoom room. I believe public comment is still open.
No hands in the Zoom room?
All right, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and bring you back to the board for further questions or action.
Mr. Chair, I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Price?
I have no questions either.
I was here for that earlier iteration in 2020, and it's significantly changed, different, and still makes sense to me. I thought it made sense then, and it makes sense to me now.
Yes, I was here for that as well. I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Okay, in regards to the addendum, I move that the Planning Commission accept the addendum to the mitigated negative declaration and associated initial study IS 19-09 for the Red Hills Bioenergy Project and find that this addendum does meet the requirements of section 15164 of the CEQA guidelines and that no additional environmental review need be prepared with the findings listed in the staff report dated June 8th, 2023.
Second?
Commissioner Hess?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Price?
Aye.
Commissioner Field is absent, and I vote aye as well.
Okay. In regards to the amendment, I move that the County of Lake Planning Commission approve an amendment MMU 23-02 to the Red Hills Bioenergy Project UP 19-05 by adopting new conditions of approval dated June 8th, 2023 with the findings listed in the staff report.
Second?
Commissioner Hess?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Commissioner Field is absent. I vote aye as well, and the motion passes. Note, the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-day calendar day appeal period. If there is a disagreement with the Planning Commission, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. Please be advised that this modification will be decided by the Lake County Board of Supervisors, which makes any appeal of the Planning Commission's recommendations redundant. If an appeal is filed, the appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day, following the Commission's final determination. Thank you. Moving on to our department update. Non-timed items.
Thank you. We have no non-timed items. I'm happy to give you an abbreviated update. First, I wanted to express my appreciation for the Planning Commission. This was a robust agenda, and our next meeting will also be robust. So I really appreciate your endurance and your ongoing clarity of mind, and there were no glazed eye looks or anything today, so that was awesome. Additionally, I wanted to express appreciation to our planning staff. Because of the change at the state level, which you may have heard of, the state is discontinuing provisional licenses for cannabis as of the end of this month. And so there was a lot of pressure from our applicants to get done what we could get done. And so I asked the planning staff to add some extra effort to take a look at the projects that we had that had completed their environmental review, and we're just waiting on staff reports. And so that is why this meeting and next meeting are particularly robust. So we will go back to more realistic agendas after this push, but the whole push was to accommodate a deadline at the state level. That being said, actually, that's all I have. I was just really hoping that if it was an appropriate moment, Commissioner Price might introduce the newest future planner or planning commissioner.
Yes, please.
I will get him. He's swaddled, but I'll get him. I just wanted to also say I really appreciate the presentations today, the way that they were laid out and the way that they kind of summed up, for the public, basically, because we do have our reports, but I feel like it's illustrated really nicely here lately. So I'll go get him. Oh my God.
Oh, my.
This is baby Leo. Hold on, he's blurry. There he is.
Hello, Leo.
Yes, he's it's been great. He's been a really good baby. So
He's already working.
it's been really good.
You are good at swaddling.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate everyone's patience as well, and I was looking forward to at least getting on and seeing everybody's face and being a part of all the decisions we made today.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That concludes my department update.
And the meeting will be adjourned at 2:41. Have a good
Well,
weekend.
thanks, guys.